right. Can you hear me, Cheekbones?
Now I can hear you.
Oh, sorry, I was muted.
Look, I'm not the cleverest person with computers. I am, a Gen Xer. But anyway, I was thinking, oh my gosh, what is going on? But
Oh,
yeah, it's
no. I'm just, you can see that I've been running around doing my errands today. And I'm still trying to get ready, and I want to try to still be a human being. So you don't have to go live, but I've decided that since, Foodie says none of us cam up, I thought my hot mess over here, since I've been running errands all day. How are
well,
you?
I'm great. You look great. I don't, you really do. So
got some flyaways. I don't even know what angle my camera doing. I usually put it up on a box or something so that I have better angles. I don't even have light. I have no lights. I just have that natural lighting at the moment. So how is everybody today? Wow, we have a lot to unpack. I feel like I have not really been touching the subject of Chantel and her recent blood sugars. What are your thoughts, Cheekbones, so far? And why don't you introduce yourself? I'm sure a lot of people know who you are, but obviously, I did get Cheekbones here today because she has so much experience with diabetic education, with dialysis. We do have the poor kidney emoji now, thanks to your son, Cheekbones.
Well, and shout out to Pat Ray. She had the fabulous idea of having two sick kidneys hugging each other. So I sent it down or text my son. He's very, very artistic, and he sent it back. So we have sad kidneys. So
excellent. Well, if everybody who is a member and has access to the emojis, well, they're poor kidneys. I'm calling them poor because we got the sad pancreas, and now I feel like we need to have those poor kidneys.
Touche.
We just give, give a lot of sympathy to Chantel's body parts.
I absolutely do.
Well, everybody, we are so glad to have everybody here today. I don't know which camera angle I'm looking at. I've been rushing around all day, so it's hot in Virginia Beach, so I'm probably popping on a sweat. But we saw that Chantel, Miss Foodie Beauty, and I'm going to try. Yeah, we got some poor kidneys up there. Thank you, Jessica. Yeah, we got to get stethoscopes. We got to get glucometers out. Though my glucometer has a goal reading for Chantel. I should have told my artist to make it much higher. She probably thought 5.8 sounded reasonable.
Yeah. She didn't know who you were talking about.
Jeez, no. I mean, she's trying to say that her new machine wasn't working correctly. Just quickly tell everybody in the audience a little bit about yourself, because we've gotten some new people to the channel, Cheekbones. Thank you to our friend Tim. So we might have some people here today who are coming from the Timoverse. And coming from that community, they may not be familiar with you and what you do. And I tell everybody what I do 1,000 times a day, so everyone knows me.
Well, I am a registered dietitian, mainly probably 99% focused in clinical. I have done a ton of diabetes diet education. I have worked in a dialysis unit. I've done cardiac rehab, oncology floors, just the whole broad spectrum. I'm trying to think how many years, 17, 18 years, I think 17 years. I've been a dietitian, went back to school as an older adult and got my bachelor's, and then had to do my 1 year of internship and then sit for my boards.
Right. And I can appreciate being an older learner myself, a mature learner, however we want to describe ourselves.
Now it's tough, isn't it? It's tough.
Well, the hard part I'm finding, especially being single in grad school, is trying to get funding, because I can get loans from Sally Mae and all these federally backed places for quite a good amount. But the school will then turn around and say, oh, no, she doesn't need that much.
Yeah.
And they literally only ask for the amount that will cover the school cost and nothing else. It doesn't cover it's supposed to cover living expenses. Where does $1 remaining cover the living expenses? So I just don't understand their equations, you know?
Yeah.
So it makes it really hard because you want to work full time. I mean, not work full time, sorry. You want to study full time and not have to be forced to work full time in order to, especially for me who's single. I don't have a partner or family, you know, who's going to support me. And I'm just not a trust fund baby like that. So.
Yeah. Well, you know, when I did, I was, I think I've said this, maybe the first dream we had, I was 3 hours from my master's degree and had to leave school to take care of my elderly sick parents. And so, and I don't regret that decision, but at all. But yeah, but I was a full-time grad student, had 3 kids and worked 3 jobs. So yeah, it was horrible.
Yeah, it is tough. I mean, I've got obviously this little monetized YouTube channel and the generosity of memberships and super thanks and coffees and all the things that people like to throw at creators. But I do hope I give quality content, or at least some content with value. I do try to, I feel, give a variety of content. And that's what we hope to do today. So we are here because Chantel, what are you thinking about these? I mean, okay, your experience, okay. I don't know. Let me think. Okay, how do we want to do this? Because you and I got together on this real fast today. And so we have 2 videos. Oh, I did want a couple of things I wanted to cover. And then let's I give the game plan idea, at least what we can cover. Then you think about it, and then I'm going to talk about the things that I wanted to highlight about somebody striking other channels. And I really wanted to talk about that real quick. And then you let me know which direction you want to go with this. How about that?
That's fine. Great.
Okay. So what I have, is a little quick video from the Cleveland Clinic. It's like 2 minutes long that just explains insulin resistance. And I'm thinking this might be somewhat appropriate with what is happening with her blood sugars. Are you in agreement to see something like that would be beneficial in this conversation today?
Yeah, I think it'd be good.
Reaching a point of insulin resistance now.
Yeah.
And just your professional speculation. Obviously, we're not treating, diagnosing. This is for education and information purposes only, and all disclaimers are out there.
Well, you know, I've just watched it. I've seen the 2 videos and people here in the chat talking, and you know, they're like, oh my gosh, her level's so high. How is she not in a coma? And I know I've said this in one of the streams we've done together, is that when you have lived so long with those high blood sugars, you acclimate to them. Correct. It doesn't mean they're not wreaking havoc in your body.
Absolutely.
If my blood sugar went to 22, I would be in a coma right now. You would be in a coma. But Correct. She has lived with this for so long that her body has acclimated to it.
Right. Our bodies are really good at making sure we stay in what we call in the medical field homeostasis.
Yes, absolutely.
And so just, you know, obviously we like to use language that's open to everybody here. And we certainly want to make sure that, you know, I put my disclaimers out. No bullying. We're not mean in the chat. This is a supportive community. We have a really good time. We love medical topics. And so we just ask to keep it that way. We got some great mods. And I may not be keeping up with as much with the chat. I know my moderators are, just because I want to talk about this important topic, because she's really been putting it out here, her blood sugar stuff. I think, and I haven't seen the actual doctor visit one because I've been out, and then I just suddenly saw that it just posted a few hours ago. So I'm glad you've seen that. So I didn't know, do you think if we watch something about insulin resistance, that's beneficial? Because I'm wondering if she's starting to reach that point.
Yeah, I think it'd be good for the chat, you know, to kind of, if they're not real familiar. I know we've got some really, you know, through experience or education or whatever, have got some really great people in here. But yeah, I think the ones that aren't so familiar with it might get benefit from it.
Right, because I'm wondering now, because she's been on these different drugs and she doesn't manage herself very well, is it going to lead her more to having this? And then there's people who think she wants to go. This is the other reason why I'm speaking about this, because when you obviously become insulin resistant, that means as a type 2 diabetic, you're more potentially going to be prescribed insulin medications in order to maintain your blood sugars regulated.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay, good. Thank you. Because you're the expert. I'm just the registered nurse who has to manage diabetics. And I'm obviously taking a different track in my studies. Not that I'm not always going to be obviously thinking of the medical, but obviously going into psychiatric mental health, obviously you have to know the whole body, but it's a different area. And so my mind has started to drift more into reading, more that way. But I did watch a lot about insulin resistance. People like to speak about her and diabetic ketoacidosis. And at some point, I'd like to have your thoughts when she brings it up in her videos, because I think she does mention people talking about it. So, and then obviously with that compensatory part of her body that seems to not put her quite into a coma. and and then what possibly led to her really seeing a doctor, I think, for the first time ever in recent months. I think all the other times she said, this is my opinion only, that she's seen somebody to treat infection or to have treated some type of cold or ear infection or whatever, kidney infection. I think she actually was maybe just getting things over the counter somehow, not really seeing a doctor like she said. What are your thoughts on that?
I seriously doubt that she has seen any kind of real physician there. I don't know. An endocrinologist, I don't think she's seen them. I think she goes to those little clinics that they have.
Right. I think this is the first time, though, that she's been to the clinic. I don't think she's been. I think this is the first time.
Yeah, I think a lot of the times it's just whatever, because Bella probably knows this a bit more about it, but that the over-counter stuff they give there would not get it here over the counter.
Correct.
So, and
I think she's sending Salah to get her stuff from over the counter. I think she's Googling as Dr. Google.
Yeah.
Send Salah, and Salah gets whatever she needs.
Yeah.
Based on what she asked for.
It's a big, the marked difference from when she lived in Canada. She was using that ER like her personal physician, where she's not paying for it, but she gets to Kuwait and she's not going. And she'll say, oh, it's so cheap here. It's only $3. And we all know that's not the truth, but it's a marked difference in her healthcare. Not that she did a lot in Canada, but when it was free, she'd run in there all the time.
Kathy says she doesn't think Salah's smart enough. No, I think she just has him because she can't speak the language. So she sends him with something in English saying, get me this, this, and this from the pharmacy. And he just goes there and asks for it. I don't think it takes him necessarily a great deal of brain power, Kat.
Exactly.
I think he's just this person he's literally like a courier service like we used to get with the healthcare, because we didn't have a pharmacy on site. So we used to have to get at nighttime these couriers to pick up medications from 24-hour CVS pharmacies and bring it to us at the hospice.
Yeah.
And so because the patients it's very different when you're dealing with hospice and Medicare. Anyway, so they just have people that go pick it up. Maybe she even has them calling ahead of time. Who knows? I don't know. But I think she needs the continuous glucose monitoring. She needs a lot, little seven. But what we always have to preface is that she is a tourist in a foreign country that she is not a resident to. And she doesn't probably not have travel insurance. And it's not cheap. It's not like, you're in a low-cost country walking into a clinic like in Mexico. It's not that type of equivalency of, dollar to dinar. It's costly. And Chantal is not somebody who spends money on her health. And I think that's why I think she finally bought this glucometer. was because she knew her blood sugars were getting out of control. She couldn't take herself to the clinic. She knew the other thing wasn't working. So she finally bought a half decent brand name, because I recognized that glucometer, and bought that online.
Well, you know,
That's
honestly,
what I think happened, because she's
with,
otherwise lies about everything. And you can tell by how terrible she looks. She's not been under any medical care.
no. Well, but you know, honestly, even if she was in Canada and got the continuous glucometer, she's not going to keep it on. She's not going to do what she has to do. And
Right.
so at the end of the day, it's accountability. She's not going to do it. So
Right. It's not like she's in Kuwait and she's a resident there and she's got her CPAP rep, you know, calibrating her machine. She got diddly squat going on. She's like jacking on a tourist piece. And this is what, you know, and that's, I guess I have to feel this expression, because when people have these conversations, it's like people are almost kind of like assuming she's got real care in Kuwait. And no, she does not.
Absolutely not.
You know, like everyone, you know, she's got no one taking and managing that CPAP for her. She is morbidly obese, which, you know I'm not weight shaming. This is not about that. But I watched an entire Ninja Nerd today about obesity. I know I feel shamed even saying that word, but the number of different sort of comorbidities that can come along from just that, high blood pressure, it's shocking. And so she has that on top of this. So anyway, so we could watch that. So we'll watch the insulin resistance. Sorry, she's very frustrating. And it's frustrating because it's almost as if people think she's really getting all this good care and she's getting nothing. So we're dealing with somebody very unmanaged here.
Yeah.
Who's, I think, starting to feel the effects of it. I don't know. Let me not talk. I got on a soapbox. What's your thoughts? Let me cross my arms for a second, because
somebody put it in the chat. I'm sorry, I just saw the comment, but non-compliant. She's absolutely non-compliant. Right. And you know, and I'm sorry, I'll call a spade a spade. If you're super morbidly obese, I don't care if that hurts your feelings. You need some cold, hard facts. I'm not one to dance around that. I've seen too much in my career as a dietitian. So that's not mean. It's the truth. Right. You know, if I'm 5'1" and I weigh 420 pounds, I'm super morbidly obese. Right. So
and those weigh-ins are just insane, because we've spoken about the fact that those scales are not able to go to the weight she is.
Bella's asking, do I think she needs the DASH diet? That would be more for her hypertension. I do believe she is taking some type of medication for her blood pressure, high blood pressure, because I think her reading was 130/80, or what she showed us. That's what it said.
Right. Which is always like, to me, when you see so low on the systolic and still a little high on the diastolic, that always says it has to be being controlled by something.
Yeah. And
it's not like how it would be naturally.
Yeah. And you know, I'm telling you, if I had to educate her, I mean, you talk about a conundrum. I mean, you know, you've got the kidneys and then you've got the diabetes. So food groups that would be better for kidneys are not necessarily diabetic friendly. And then you have the high blood pressure. And I mean, it'd be interesting to do, but you know, she's kind of just worked herself into a corner with her.
Right. I almost feel like in this situation, the kidney diet almost trumps even the cardiac at this point, you know, like you have to be so much, like the heart can take I hate to say this and sound like a pun, can take a beating comparatively, you know, the kidneys can too, but they will go long before the heart.
Yeah, absolutely. And she's, and people are putting it in the chat, and I have said this since the beginning, it's her kidneys. I felt like that was going to be the one that gets her.
Right. And I am going to want to know your thoughts. And I don't think we see it in this video, about her saying that her urine was like serum. So what are your thoughts on that real fast?
I think it was dehydration.
Yes.
With the color and and the
wicked
consistency.
dehydrated urine come out of a patient when we've had to put a Foley in on somebody who had cancer and was dying, or liver failure potentially. It's one of those.
Yeah.
But it was
And,
liver cancer or liver something, I want to say. Oh, that
and
could be indicative to the liver, could it not be too?
the what?
The
I'm
liver.
sorry.
The liver with the darkness of the urine, with that spilling
Yes,
out.
yes.
The
And,
blue.
there's other things, it can be medications. It can be some of the food you eat that can change, but
Not thick syrup.
not thick. That's what I think it is. And, she said that, oh, I have a metallic taste in my mouth. Well, that's a sign of kidney failure. So, and then she said, oh no, the next day, and it was something, because people, this community are very well versed and are like, no, I think it's your kidneys. And, she'll change the narrative day to day.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, when I
Like
one time saw some urine like that, you
Yeah.
know, I mean, you remember when you see something that shocking and that dark, and not
Yeah.
from blood, not from hematuria.
Yeah.
You notice when it looks more, I guess, iron based, like more heme, but not
Yeah.
blood heme. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. I know what you mean.
Real dark. It's real dark. It looks like dark ale.
Yeah. Exactly.
And I saw that on a patient, and we put a Foley in him because he had not been, obviously, and there was really nothing. I mean, he was,
Yeah.
he is in a place where you do not want to be, Chantel. He was,
Yeah.
So
It's terrifying. Well, I had said since we started doing these together, that I felt like she was in stage 3, and I'll stand by that. And she is
you
edging
stand by it, girl.
Yeah, I stand by on that hill.
Right.
She never shows us the labs, because like I said before, I need to see a GFR and a creatinine. To know what stage. But some people in the community, oh, she's stage 1. Oh no. She is way
colored urine. Yeah, and thick too.
Yeah.
Like the powdered kind.
Yeah. So
look at me. I got my buy me a coffee and thanks to Tim.
Well, she could, and I don't know about now. Like I said, we're kind of stumbling in the dark with no labs.
Yes, we have 0. It's very hard
to know exactly where she's at, but she's already said she has protein spilling into her urine. So, that's staging your kidney disease.
Right.
So,
and it's all tied together, from the diabetes to probably what's going on in her heart, because this is not somebody who does any exercise. And one of the things that is shown is if you do not keep the muscle of that heart active, even if it's just walking, I'm lucky to a place where I actually think I can swim and run and do all these things. And so I'm excited because I didn't realize how sick I was until I felt better. And so I can't imagine, but I can, just having, empathetically worked with patients for so many years, how it feels to be so sick, and to be dealing with on a daily basis, where to Chantel really has no energy to do anything, which is, why her subs who keep telling her to do stuff, they could be younger and don't realize this 40-year-old lady is inwardly about 70.
Oh, you're being gracious. Yeah. Yeah.
I am being very gracious today.
Well, when I worked in long-term care and skilled units, and it was not uncommon when I left that arena to have young people in there, and they were or younger, around Chantal's age, some a little younger, some older, but they were super morbidly obese, and that's why, and the only reason why they were there, and they don't leave on their own accord.
No.
So it was just really sad that they had just given up their life to basically be in a nursing home and live their entire life in a bed.
Right. And I've seen 50-year-old ladies who have had massive coronary events, having to have coronary artery bypass surgery and 3 or 4 vessel grafts put into the heart in order to bypass. I'm not going to get into it, But obviously, it's a very traumatizing surgery. Takes a long time to mentally and physically recover from it. Because often it's been precipitated by a very hard cardiac event, including, heart attacks, generally some type of heart attack, different levels of heart attack, and then, wheelchair bound, living in assisted living, medications, more than you can count, and then, it's either that they're headed to, like, I see it somehow with the high blood pressure. They either roll off to the kidney arena to dialysis, with the diabetes and the high blood pressure, or they roll into more of the heart failure stuff. They seem to go one way or the other, and the kidneys are going to go at one point on it, either way.
Yeah,
and the heart too. Right. But it's just which order. It's almost like which order is it going to go? I feel like.
Well, Bella's talking about her, she's at risk for a stroke. Yeah.
Oh, God.
Because of her PEs, but,
I know. I mean, we've talked about that. Bella. Oh.
Yeah, and I do believe she stopped. But, she was talking about that, her PEs, and she said, oh, they did, I can't remember what it was. Was it a Doppler on her legs? Anyway, but, because they thought it was from thrombosis.
I think for the deep veins, yeah. It's not a Doppler. They do like some type of other type of leg examination. Savino study or some type of, oh God. I used to order these things all the time for old people getting funny leg cramps, and they'd order for the DVT scan. They have to send out the special people to do that.
But she didn't know. They said, well, we don't know where they're coming from.
Oh, that's good news. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so happy to hear that. Miss Sam, her echo came back. Good. Well done.
Oh, good deal.
Good. Hey, funny girl. I watched you on the replay. I'm sorry I didn't catch you live last night, but I'm going to make sure I get the bell. If anyone has not seen, Funny Girl did her first live last night. And so if you want to go check out, she spoke about Chantel and her sort of speculation case studies into food addiction, along with what she studies in psychology. So I do suggest you check it out. And if you have not had a chance to like this, subscribe, like this live, my goodness, Ray, please do so, because we got 272 people at the moment watching us, and I know many more will be coming throughout the stream, and it helps us push us up the algorithm. All right, so so we're going to look at insulin resistance. We could go on forever, so let's get to especially when it comes to Chantel. We'll watch this quick thing about insulin resistance, and then we'll go over and take a look at her 2 videos. And so do you want to do her first one where she was kind of doing her reading, and then we'll go to the doctor's office? Does that make more sense?
Yeah, okay. I think so.
Okay, so the only thing I wanted to bring up, other than thanking for your son doing my wonderful kidney emojis, my poor kidneys. Those poor kidneys. Those poor kidneys, and that very sad. Oh my God, the pancreas is extremely sad. It's very sad. And if we need to feel bad for the heart, we got the little heart-shaped stethoscope, because we can take a little listen to our heart and to our lungs. Make sure she's not building up any fluid in there. That's the last thing she needs, is a pneumonia.
Yeah.
Oh, I knew the swimming was not going to turn out well. And when I saw her slip down that stairs, did we do it? No, who was I? Maybe I was alone, but I think you were in the chat. Yeah. And I said, that's it. When she slipped down the stairs, I said, that's it. That's it. We won't see her out doing anything. She's going to be on a downhill slide. And guess what we've seen since then?
Yeah.
A downhill slide.
That wasn't the most sterile of situations for somebody has a compromised immunity to be, mold on the walls. That was mold. I don't care what she says. It's mold. And then bird poop in the pool.
Right. And then camel spit supposedly in the eye.
Yeah.
It was fine. They find that funny in the Middle East. They don't worry about it. Even though it lists quite clearly on the CDC, it's part of a cause for MERS. And then, she just, slipped down those stairs so elegantly that I think she took out 3 toes.
If I didn't see it, I wouldn't believe it.
That slip was not made up. I said, that's it. We won't be seeing Chantel for a while. And she probably like binged the heck. And then she showed up as a dark screen 3 days later.
Yeah.
Anyway, so just to show creators supporting creators, because it's so important in YouTube and the YouTube community. If you've not been aware, there has been a fellow Girl World community creator, oh lordy, it's Geordie, and he has been struck, I don't know, 11, 12 times by Alicia Doherty from Doherty Dozen. And it's really being a nightmare. I think YouTube is realizing she's striking everybody who's making any type of reaction to her content. And I was asked many a time to react, but I was like, gosh, I mean, what do I say about this woman just feeding these poor, children just junk constantly? I mean, what can I say that hasn't been said, And so I didn't really get into it. But at the moment, she is like just going on a rampage. And so she has struck all these channels. Oh lordy, it's Geordie, who I know maybe some of you here watch for his content about Girl World creators. There's another young lady from the UK called Amy Robinson who does commentary about this, like 1 or 2 times. Like she did one thing about her, and she struck at her. There's one, and I know some people and ah about him, but he is actually helping these smaller creators figure out how to fight against this person, because she's literally stopping Geordie from making his what he makes for his living through YouTube. Yeah. So she's doing some really ugly stuff. So the Dad Challenge podcast, he's been calling this out. And FFG has even at one point was doing content and then stopped suddenly. And so I wonder if it was because she was striking at her. I have no idea, but it would not surprise me. And she gets like attorneys involved. I mean, so if you want to annoy Alicia and support these creators, which I strongly suggest, watch their channels and give them the views. Stick it to her, because what she's doing is really ugly, because everything is under fair use and under commentary, and what she's doing. Yeah, I like Geordie too. I think.
Yeah, I like him.
Yeah, and so that's why I wanted to mention this today, because she's really struck at his channel. So if you want to show Geordie support, just go watch his stuff on Alicia Doherty and just stick it to her, because she's a really nasty piece of work. And I wonder if that's what stopped FFG from going any further with her content with her, because people asked me to talk about it, and I just, for some reason, she can get struck. Oh yeah, and it's wild, and she is in potential of losing, and she makes a lot of money. We're talking about a person who in July of 2023 was getting 52 million views a month. We're talking.
Well, was it the Dad Challenge podcast that did the breakdown of her expenditures in a year? Yes. It was close to $1 million.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it's all junk. If you see the stuff that kids that she has, hey, come on in, House of Hannibal. All that stuff that they have, it's all junk food. Have you seen her food haul?
Yeah. And I was the one she would come up on maybe it was TikTok or but anyway, and at first I thought, oh, what a nice mom. Oh, because
right.
But then when FFG started doing her, I was just gobsmacked.
Right.
Yeah, for many reasons, but the food and the junk food that she gives those children are just unreal.
It feels to me almost criminal. I mean, if there could be crimes against children and nutrition, it's certainly being committed in that household. So yes. Yeah. I just wanted to point that out real quick before we continue over to this like quick little video. She's real ugly about it. But, the Dad Challenge podcast has been really cool because he's supporting all these small channels and helping them figure out how to, get back through YouTube and stop it from potentially impacting their channels. And they're just people trying to bring awareness. Like, I feel like here we need to kind of, let younger people know that Chantel being so negligent about her diabetes and acting like it's not a problem the way she does is a problem.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, and we need to, you know, and also to make sure the information being shared is obviously somewhat medically accurate, because, you know, we can get a lot of wild speculation out there. And I think
Yeah.
that we have to be cautious when it gets a little too wild out there, you know.
Hmm. I agree.
It's obviously for stories and people, you know, kind of like almost like sitting down, sharing a beer and talking about, or a cup of tea or whatever your preference is.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So this is very quick. And and the reason why I liked it was because it was quick and it was interesting. And I think it did a good job explaining some things that she may be potential. And before I play it, there has been thoughts that she wants to be insulin dependent. Anyway,
I don't know why she would be. You
they
know,
say
you have,
because she feels like she could binge more and control her blood sugars. Is there any? That's not how it works.
no, no, but she doesn't follow anything or any kind of guidelines or orders. So, you know, it's just binge more now. There's no difference. But you know, you're talking about in Kuwait the money for the insulin,
Right.
and you know, she's gonna have to test meal times, bedtime, you know, and give herself the appropriate dosage, because I think she needs to be on 2 types of insulin. But so, you know, I don't see her doing it just to binge more. It's a lot of trouble. It's a lot
Right.
of trouble.
Well, I think what they're saying is that, well, she'll feel like, and this is why I think it's so good to have these conversations, because the people just like, well, you know, the reason why she's, because people obviously who don't have a lot of experience. I'm not just talking about things in conversation about stuff. Uh, I found out one of my friends' granddaughters knows who Amberlynn Reed is. So that was interesting.
Mm.
So, but back to Foodie, that she could potentially just eat whatever quantity of food that she would be willing to eat in a binge, then could take her blood sugar and then rectify it with her own access to insulin. And it's not really that easy, because there's
No.
all different types of insulin. You'd have to be using a lot of short acting insulin rather than your long acting. You could potentially
Mhm.
drop yourself. I mean, so why do people believe? Have you heard this ever from a patient, that their thoughts, or do people not admit to that? That you could just binge and eat and
That
control it
manipulate.
yourself?
Yeah, I've had patients that manipulate the insulin. Uh, but you know, and I always tell every patient, you know, be it oral or insulin or whatever, you know, it's the damage is still being done if you're not following what you're supposed to do with the diet, with the exercise, doing the appropriate medications at the appropriate time. You know, you're just spinning that barrel, Raggedy Man, and one day that bullet's going to come up. You know, so you know, if she thinks that taking insulin that she'll be able to eat, what that will be a short-term thing, because then when she realizes hey, this is work, she'll just stop the insulin but won't stop the eating. So, you know, that's just my main thing, is that she will never do what she's supposed to do.
Right. Right. And she may potentially, if she does not start to control her blood sugar better, become insulin resistant. Correct? It's a potential. I don't know how long do you have to be unmanaging your diabetes to become insulin resistant?
Well,
Or is everybody different?
well, I mean, my experience working with endocrinologists and GPs and all that, when they have their patients with blood sugars 200 and above, they're looking at putting them on insulin. And she's, you know, been way above that for a way long time. And if you'll remember, when she started this, was she on Janument?
Yeah.
She supposedly told the doctor, I want to try this for a month and clean up my diet before I do insulin. And that was last year. So she didn't, and I knew she wasn't going to take the medication. I've said that, and I'll die on that hill. She's not taking it. She's not going to take it. She's taking the max dosage that you can take. So, and it's obviously not doing anything for her. So, you know. what are you going to do? But yeah,
Oh.
I think she needed to be on insulin a long time ago.
Oh, somebody says they're clinking coins. Okay, is somebody clinking coins? I don't have any coins to clink. So
I'm not.
Oh, I'm sorry, Fairy Nymph. I'm not sure. I don't know if that's just something coming out. I don't have any coins, whatever that is. Oh, well,
No.
okay. Thank you. I'm sorry. I don't know. I wasn't clinking coins.
I've got a kid in college. I don't have any coins. I have nothing.
I don't know if it's just the sound of the live stream is making something rough, but I'm so sorry for that, Fairy Nymph. I don't know because hey, I promise you, I don't have any coins to clink together either. I don't know. I don't know if it's something in the background. I don't know. I apologize. I know my dog is snoring. It could just be some feedback coming in on the stream. And so I apologize for that, Fairy Nymph. I don't have much control with StreamYard, so I do apologize. Oh, yeah, I hope your day gets better. Yeah, take care of your mental health first.
Yeah.
Catch us on the replay and make it quiet, maybe. Don't listen to us on headphones. Yeah, I don't know if there's a little feedback on your end, Cheekbones, because I don't know, or my end, I have no idea. Yeah, okay, well, let's get over to this video real quick. Oh, it always makes me, I'm like, oh, that's hard to hear. I'm so sorry for that. But I appreciate the love, Fairy Nymph. Like I said, mental health always first. We still are in mental health awareness month. It's still May, so. And Junebug is snoring away over there. She's content in the sun. Okay, let's see this. What is insulin resistance? Because maybe Chantel already there with these blood sugars. Supposedly the one at the doctor's was 400. Oh, goodness.
Insulin, a hormone made by your pancreas, is essential for life. Here's why. Your body's main source of energy is glucose, a simple sugar that comes from the food you eat. Insulin is released when glucose enters your bloodstream to help glucose get to the cells found in your muscles, fat, and liver. When you have insulin resistance, those cells don't respond like they should to insulin. And when that happens, glucose can't efficiently be removed from your bloodstream or stored for later use. If those cells become too resistant to insulin, your blood sugar levels can become too high, leading to hyperglycemia. And over time, this can lead to prediabetes and type 2 diabetes. While insulin resistance can affect anyone, the following factors.
All right, I'm going to stop in order for fair use. Does my mic sound better now? Is potentially my mic was a little high. Do I sound better now? Was it smudge high? I turned me down. Is your mic a little high, Cheekbones? But do you want to try to turn your mic down a little bit too?
I thought I did turn it down. I don't know if the chat can tell me.
I know. We'll just all turn all things down. Because I saw it when I turned mine down. I could see it turn something down on my computer. So maybe that helped. I'm obviously learning to be more sensitive. So yeah. Anything to add about what we've seen in this video so far?
Nope.
Okay. And now we're going to talk about some of the risk factors. So yeah.
Factors may increase your chances. Excessive body fat, especially around your stomach.
Oh.
Your diet. Lack of physical activity. Smoking. Having a first-degree relative with diabetes. Certain health conditions like high blood pressure. Sleep disorders like sleep apnea. And certain medications. Those who are age 45.
I wanted to go back to that list because I was just trying to figure out how many did Chantel check off.
I was going check. Every one that came up.
I don't know about the first degree relative. That's the only one I don't know for sure.
I don't. Well, I know her grandmother had it, but you know her mother either had weight loss surgery or did the Ozempic. So I would kind of guess that she was either pre-diabetic or diabetic.
Okay. Well, then she checked about everything on this list because she doesn't have a good diet and she certainly lacks the physical activity. She's probably had the high blood pressure because that 130/80 is a controlled blood pressure.
Yeah.
It's very odd. It's indicative of something controlled because that 80 diastolic is still getting pretty high for a diastolic reading. The
Yeah.
bottom number, I should say. And then we know she has the sleep apnea. And she's not following up with anybody about her CPAP, which I think is needing to always be reinforced, that she does not keep a clean CPAP, probably. And then we're never really sure what medications she's on.
Yeah. True.
So we don't know if they're ones affecting any of this. But she's got a lot of risk factors for getting into this territory now. And I don't think that's a good place to be on a tourist visa in a foreign country.
No. Mm-mm.
Without a primary care or an endocrinologist.
Yeah.
Let's keep
medications. Those who are age 45 or older and have hormonal disorders like Cushing's syndrome or certain genetic conditions are also at risk for developing insulin resistance. Additionally, certain racial and ethnic backgrounds have a higher risk of insulin resistance. Those groups are Asian Americans, African Americans, Latinos, Indigenous people from Alaska, Indigenous people from the continental United States, and Indigenous people from the Pacific Islands. If you have insulin resistance, your pancreas may increase insulin production to keep your blood sugar levels healthy. And if that's the case, you won't have any symptoms. But if your blood sugar levels rise, you may have hyperglycemia and experience the following symptoms: increased thirst, increased hunger, frequent urination, blurred vision, headaches, vaginal and skin infections.
Oh, got one more.
Slow healing cuts.
How many of these has Chantel reached recently?
Mm-hmm.
Have we heard her say any of these things, Cheekbones?
Oh, yeah. Well, I don't know. She's doing the downplay on the eating, because she's lost 30-something pounds. I'm doing air hyphens. I don't know if she's mentioned headaches, but if you notice, she's not wearing her new glasses. Now,
where did they go?
I have a theory that they were readers. I don't think they were prescription. That's my theory, my opinion, allegedly conspiracy, whatever. But so far as her slow healing cuts and sores for all the back in the dayers, I've been watching her for 4 years. I just know on her face that she had a sore on her face. I know it was 6 months back during the villa days. I don't know if anybody else knows that. So from, I definitely do think she has slow healing sores. But now that she's all covered up, we don't see as many of them as we did before in the villa days.
Right.
But yeah, and the stream you did covering when she was in Canada and got all those vaginal wipes and stuff.
Exactly.
Yeah. So
it's now making more kind of sense with seeing this insulin resistance, the hyperglycemia, the vaginal and skin infections, and the vaginal wipes. It's suddenly I'm like, ooh.
Mm-hmm. No, it wasn't the pipe burn. I'm not talking about the pipe burn. It was on her chin, kind of to the side of her face is the one I'm talking about. I don't know if it was a blemish, but it just stayed there forever.
Right. Yeah. And we don't know what's going on those toes.
Yeah.
Oh, what is this channel about? Well, we're talking about a little bit about insulin and hyperglycemia because we're going to watch Chantel train wreck her blood sugars in about 2 seconds.
I like
Not
that
that
name.
we're laughing, but we're just preparing because it will make sense when you hear her talk about anything that's going on. And, in light of things, I don't think she's lying necessarily about her hyperglycemia or things that are going on. I think she's had these things going on. I think she's been doing a lot of Dr. Google.
Yeah, I agree.
And I think she may have finally had to go to break down and get to a doctor because she can't get it down. The diet, she's did whatever she thought she could. She thinks she's in a place where diet will control her type 2 diabetes. Is that possible at this stage?
I don't know at this stage with her. you know, we don't ever have the full picture to look at
Right.
to know exactly what she's eating, exactly what her labs are, what are her glucose readings, kind of
Right.
thing.
I would like to know her hemoglobin A1C.
I also would like to know that. You know, if she had an epiphany today and started, you know, with the exercising and strict diabetic diet and all that kind of stuff, she might be able to get it where she didn't have to have insulin, but no medication. I don't think she'll ever be there.
Right. Right. I think she is at a place where she's probably, unfortunately, damaged her pancreas to where she will need medication. She may not be able to manage it through diet. Maybe
Yeah.
if she gets to an elderly age and she doesn't have the appetite and doesn't eat as much, maybe then.
Well, it can go. I've seen the elderly get a lot thinner, and I've seen them get a lot bigger. So, you know,
Yep.
that's a toss up.
Yep. You just never know. I've had it where they still have to be blood sugar checked and given insulin, and they're still eating and doing all the same behaviors because they're not really caring because they're 90.
And I won't either. So
I
that's all
wouldn't
I'm
care
gonna
at
say
that
about
age
that.
either. But I just thought this was interesting because it really does list all the things that she constantly is. And that with the glasses, I almost wonder if she just knew she was so blurry eyed and could not read well. Because I know she probably does need something. I'm just because of she's getting to an age and she's used computers. Most of us in this generation, because of probably staring at screens and the light and this, that, and the other, are probably wearing glasses earlier. You know, I had perfect
Yeah.
vision until my mid to late 40s. And then I started to use readers for stuff. And then it was, you know, my readers became my glasses. And that's when I realized I needed glasses. And now
I'm going
I'm
next
contacts.
week actually to get my new glasses, and I can't wait because I cannot see. So, yeah.
Right. Oh, it's a great gift. And I have contacts in today. So I think also she knew she was driving. So she knew she needed to see a little better, thankfully.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to stick with my theory. I don't think those were prescription.
Oh no, they weren't prescription at all. There were some readers she picked up because she knew she couldn't go around blind in Canada or at the airport. And that's
Yeah.
why they've disappeared since she came back.
Hmm. Yeah.
She's got Salah doing all that for her now. She doesn't
Yeah.
need to do it. He's ordering the food for her. He's doing all that stuff because she says it's not my language, probably. It's probably another reason why she doesn't want to learn. But all right, let me not get into all that. Okay, let's keep going on this.
And sores. While it can be hard to diagnose insulin resistance until it turns into hyperglycemia, it can be treated in some cases by certain lifestyle changes, like eating a healthy diet, engaging in physical activity, and losing extra weight. If you have insulin resistance, your healthcare provider can talk to you about what...
I don't mean to laugh at that point. The only reason that I am laughing is because we say all the time, not just this channel, but like a million other channels who talk about her to do those last three things.
Oh, look at According to Heather. You go, girl.
Oh, a few days at every.
Losing
Oh my goodness,
100
you go,
pounds.
girl.
My gosh.
Can everybody,
bravo.
you know, I know it's me, but send Heather the flowers with me holding it in the chat if you can. I don't think I can. I don't know why I can't do. I don't think I can get emojis for some reason. Oh, it's because, you know why? It's because I'm in StreamYard.
That is absolutely fantastic.
That's so excellent. That is something to be proud of. That's way to awesomely go, girl. Woo, woo. Yay, flowers. Congrats. That's really awesome because you've taken a huge step and taken care of you. And that's awesome. That's awesome. Okay. Let's look at something that's not so awesome, and that's Chantel.
You know, so I don't know if the people, Deos was talking about losing 82 pounds.
That's awesome.
I think that is probably the only contribution that Chantal has made to this community girl world is I've seen so many people say, she terrified me. I lost this amount of weight. I'm walking. So that's the one good thing that she's done is getting people to lose weight.
Absolutely. And Chantel, you all the inspiration that you want to be. You're just not in the way you think you are.
Yeah.
And by doing so, as in you doing it and showing the way. You not doing it has shown the way more than anything. Because seeing you train wreck your health, girl, is a disaster that everybody is sort of lined up across the platform watching and mouth opened agape like what the going on here.
Yeah, Joanna. I agree with Joanna. She scared me to death too.
Who's that? Foodie?
Joanna Freedom. Because she scared the hell out of her. That's what she got to her ideal weight. Yeah.
Oh, that, yeah. Well, good. I'm glad. You're blushing. Well, you should be, you should be doing some of this.
Yeah.
I wish I had a good gift to drop in there. The only thing I've got is about dry begging. It's the only soundbite I've got for the channel at the moment. I got him a dry begging one from Judge Joe Mathis. That when he dry begs. If Chantel dry begs again, we'll set with a cameo. We'll throw it out there. Okay, I'm dry begging with my coffee. What should I say? I should throw that out for me. Okay, it's pretty good though. All right, let's get Chantel's weigh in and more health vlog because she's inspiring people. Chantel, you don't realize the community service that you're really doing. Okay. All right, let's get this going. Weigh in and more health art vlog. Okay, you ready for this? I'm going to speed her up to 1.5 just to let everyone know. Especially with Chantel, or 1.25. Chantel's sick voice is slow. All right, off we go. Back to the music, hey? She's cheered up.
Hello, Foodie Beauties.
So you need a birthday gift idea for someone special, don't you?
Oh, goodness. Really, Chantel? Oh, let me bring us onto the stage. Hold on. Guess what I'm going to have to do now? Guess what I'm going to have to do? She did it. She pulled out the dang cameo.
I simply asked. I said, I wish I could have this dry begging. Well, I mean, how? You know what that is. Well, no. I simply asked. I said,
Yep, that's Chantel. She simply asked.
Raging Tomato does not know who Foodie is.
Oh, well,
girl.
She's female. If you're coming from Tim's world, she's female Tim. Canada's version.
I wouldn't be that hard on Tim.
I don't know. Tim's pretty problematic. He's got his eye on a widow's $1 million. I promise you. Tim's very problematic. Bella's scared for her family in Sarasota. I promise you. All right. Chantel, dry bags. Let's keep going, Chantel.
Hi, guys. Salam alaikum. Welcome back to another video. So it is like 10 a.m. here. Oh, it's like 11. So it's 11 here. I just had a shower, put on some clean pajamas, and I'm going to do a bit of skincare while I talk about my weigh-in and a bit about little history about me for those of you who don't know. So let's get into it. Yalla. So first thing I use on my skin a lot is rose water. It's really hydrating and refreshing. So I just kind of take a bit. It's kind of messy, but I just kind of put it all over my face.
I didn't mean to laugh.
Because I love that refreshing sense of,
I'm sorry. Am I terrible because I would not want to get my skincare advice from Chantel?
No, and her hands are always filthy, and she's rubbing that stuff on her face.
Right, and it looks like actually, is she got? Because I feel like she really is like filter free almost this time. She got like a little nick on her chin here. Where's that?
Yeah, she's filtered, but it's struggling. It's struggling.
Yeah, I always feel like she's got a little bit of a sore around her lips. Here.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm sure that was a gift that keeps on giving from Koki.
From Dom?
Yeah.
From the Dom. Yeah, and she just, she's, Chantel, you just don't look good. All right, keep going, girl. It's just now she got this rose water. It's all falling on her clothes here.
Refreshment on my face.
On your
Especially now it's
PJs
like
too.
42 degrees outside Celsius.
Mm.
Yay. So that's why I put my pajamas right back on after I showered, and got ready a bit, because I don't feel like going out there right now in that weather. Okay, so I'll first do the weigh-in, which I'll put here.
Oh gosh.
Which is, yeah, you can see here. I won't remember it off the top of my head. But
how I've never seen a scale with the number and nobody on the scale. How is that happening? Cheekbones, explain it to me, because I'm very confused.
Some theories is that she gets it, one leg or whatever, pressure to get it to a certain thing, a certain number, and then like we'll get off of it where it stays that number. But and I've said that she went back in Canada when she was there in December, and she went to the ER because her blood sugar was so high. And she posted her documents to prove she went. She redacted her weight. Why? If that's your weight, why did you redact it? Why wouldn't you just slap it up there and say, suck it, haters, look, right there at the ER, that's what I weigh. So I will never believe I don't believe that was at that Umamate thing. It wasn't the doctor's office where she weighed.
Right.
So, and she, I think, had her hand on something. So I don't believe anything until I see a physician's office and a nurse doing her weight on a scale.
Right. And one that can actually take the weight she potentially is really weighing. I feel like she's 100 kilos plus on anything she says.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I mean, she gained a substantial amount of weight since she's been in Kuwait.
Right. And it's hilarious in some ways that she tries to, it's just like, girl, why do you even bother? It's just, unless you just do it for the haters to hate on something, because, and then she had the audacity to get, obviously we talked about the other day, mad at Charlie Gold for actually losing weight. And Chantel is obviously not a skinny legend, because Chantel, just on an emotional point, if you had lost all that weight and were the weight that you say you are, then you wouldn't be putting rage comments to Charlie Gold.
Oh yeah. And I saw Charlie's video, and I'm gonna give Charlie a prop. She can drag a bitch. I mean, she can drag them to filth. I love it. But she obviously didn't do that to spite Chantal. She did it for herself.
Right.
But that somebody actually, because if you'll remember back in the Villa days and stuff, I guess supposedly Charlie had started a weight loss journey. Right. And she would bring up, like, well, where's your weight loss? You're still morbidly obese and you're talking to me and da, 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 da. So she was constantly had Charlie's name in her mouth about her weight. So if Charlie included her on her video,
yes,
I think that's appropriate, but Charlie didn't do it to spite her. She did it for herself. And I applaud her.
Right. And see, that's because that's how Chantel thinks. Because that's how Chantel operates. Chantel operates with spite. If she's going to look skinny or glow up, it's because she won't say this, I say, but it's probably because she has somebody that she's spiting in the back of her mind. Do you know what I mean? Like, look at me now, probably Dee Dee or somebody. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's somebody that she thinks she's one-upping.
And if Amber got serious about her weight and lost it and started on a true health journey, she would be trashing her. She's going to trash anybody, right? That does what she cannot do.
Right. And it's all, and everything that, and Chantel is so sort of centered to her ego in my thinking that anybody's doing anything, it's because they have her in mind in some ways. Not that, you know, in regards to, you say, according to Heather, just seeing something like Chantel Trainwreck her life was enough to say, I don't want to do the same. It's very different from, you know, how Chantel thinks that, you know, people, you know, the way that, you know, people might see her as a cautionary tale and therefore change their health habits, you know, whereas Chantel would do it because she wanted to spite somebody.
Yeah.
She wouldn't look at somebody else and say, wow, they've been able to do this, you know? That's an encouragement for me. Or that person looked like, you know, Tammy Slayton, bless her heart, she almost died. You know, her life by Jen. She did pass away. You know, let's be a lesson. Let me change my, you know, who I am. But no, Chantel, yeah, it was bad, you know. And then she, you know, then she raged, of course, because really she's mad at Mr. Snowflake.
That was bloody brilliant. I love that snowflake.
Me too.
Yeah, it was great.
And that's who she was really mad at that day, but she decided to take it out on Charlie Gold. That's, you know, because that's who Chantel is. All right, Chantel, you're never going to take care of anything until you take care of what's going on up here, my sweetheart. Let's go.
So I'm down like 15 kgs right now total, because like the last time I weighed in at the doctor's, I was 166.
Thoughts? Is she lying? I need to check my poll.
That's the weigh-in at the 166 was at that Umamate thing, and it wasn't a physician's office, and I think she somehow teetered with the scale. You know, like I said, until I see her at a true clinic, or, you know, hey, just get those medical records from Canada and show us what your weight was when you went to the ER in Canada.
You don't ask a lady her weight.
Well, she don't need to get online and talk about it. You know, that's, I look at it.
Well, if she really had something to brag about, I promise you, she would have highlighted that and circled and stored it for everybody to have seen if she was a skinny legend. You hit it, Chantel, because you know you weigh a ridiculous amount now.
I mean, whatever she weighs, that's her deal and her business. But when you bring it on a public platform, then you invite people into that business. So,
right. Or
you know,
do a weigh-in that looks just like a complete lie.
Yeah. I mean, and to say she's lost this, she's the smallest she's been. And I don't know if you watched No Madness Life, but she did a visual on a stream today, and there's no way, shape, or form she is even the same size as she was back then.
Did she do like an overlay of one body over the other? Oh my God, that'd be awesome.
Clipped it from back in the Villa days and her doing a weigh-in, and I think it was like 330 something was what it was saying that she weighed, and she's supposedly about the same weight now, and there's just no way.
There's no way. She's not done anything to maintain any semblance of physical activity or diet management, or you know, Chantel.
No, I mean, she just, you know, she had the weed and stuff in Canada, which I know it's legal, whatever, but she had more than one coping.
Not what she needed. It was an appetite increaser. Make you want to run for the Doritos maker.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well, that was a coping mechanism, and she's lost all of them but eating. That's all she's got in Kuwait. So, I mean, it just makes sense. And, you know, she's not dealing with whatever it is that's leading to the overeating.
Right. And she absolutely needs to really find that out. And the more you understand addiction and why people may have addictive behaviors or obsessive compulsory disorders, there is a component potentially about the type of attachment style that the child had with the parent growing up. And I know it's like, oh, we don't want to blame the parents, but it is about how people learn to feel their value, you know? And so depending on whether they felt listened to or valued in the home, and, you know, Chantel had a young mother, there are some differences in having a very young mother, mother a child to having a mother who's obviously of a matured age, into full adulthood. So I just, you have to wonder. So there's a lot behind it, but until you can actually get a sort of a mental health, understanding, we don't know. And therefore her saying that she's been able to do this in 4 days with her eating is very concerning. Obviously,
Yeah.
from a health perspective, because it's working on an addiction is not something that is cured in 4 days.
No, and the amount of weight loss in
Addiction,
3 to 4
I
days
think, is
is
what she doesn't understand.
Yeah.
You manage your addiction and you're an addict for the rest of your life. It's just whether you actually partake in your addictions.
Mm-hmm.
But she's
Well,
never be cured of it.
There's no Delilu was talking about motivation. You would think, okay, this young husband, I need to get fit so I can match his lifestyle. No, that's not motivation. Okay, well, you want to travel and you two travel the 8 countries he can go to. Okay, great, but that's not motivation. I don't know, and Funny Girl probably knows, would be far better, but I'll throw my amateur Freudian in here. I think a lot of it goes back to that she was never told no as a child, that she's never had any consequences for her actions. They all smoothed it over, let her do what her want. And when you start learning very young, and we both had military fathers, we did 18 years in a boot camp before we ever stepped out of the house, that there were consequences to your actions. Right. So I don't think that she ever had that. So she, no, why?
I wonder sometimes what the food is replacing, like why this, why is this your crutch, but that's, unfortunately what's going to lead to her having these health issues. And I think for Chantel, unless she starts to find out why she is in active addiction with food, then she's never going to be able to control her blood sugars, to get the appropriate diet, to maintain and retain the diet, anything past a day or two, because she's going to have one thing that stresses her out and she's back to her coping mechanism, which is food. And why she got there, that's something that has to be, unfortunately, found through what she was. It's just, she's never going to get the help she needs.
Yeah, well, like she said, I'm going to do what I want.
Right.
And that was obviously somebody that's never been told no, or in the formative years anyway. Because I mean, I may say that now, but I know, well, I can do what I want, but I know I can't. She doesn't know she can't.
Right. And that's interesting how you bring that point up, because what it makes me think is then if she didn't understand consequences as a child and was not told no, then her being the adult supposedly now in control of her life, she doesn't say no to any of this. Mm-hmm. And though she has been shown the consequences of these actions many times, she still doesn't say no. Yeah. Like, you know what I mean? She's still going to eat the food. Like, there's no one to say no now. Because it's just her.
Deb is right. She throws a fit or manipulates to get what she wants.
Right.
And in the day that her consequences are her health, and we've talked about it before, these illnesses, when you have something, internal, diabetes, heart disease, kidney disease, whatever, you can't really see the damage that's being done. Right. So she's doing all this and sees no difference,
no consequences.
But then it comes to that point where the line's been drawn in the sand, and she's going to face them, and they're going to come out. So yeah.
And this is why I wonder, is she reached her rock bottom blood sugar? Is this going to be the time when she finally sees that her body is going to have consequences, even though she's already had a lot of stuff happen? Is this finally her wake up, rock bottom? or is she just going to binge again in a few days? And so far, if you haven't had a chance to answer the poll, 96%, I think it is so far, have said she's going to binge. The binge is on the way. And that's 387 votes so far. So thank you for all who participated. If you have a chance to also like the stream, I appreciate that.
Well, she may do it short term, but we all know, we've all been here long. If you've been here for 5 hot minutes, she will not continue anything if it's uncomfortable, if it takes work, if it takes determination, willpower. She's not going to continue it. And sadly, it's going to be one of these when they're putting a fistula in her arm, or
a leg is amputated.
Yeah, or a leg amputated, or have a stroke and she's in a nursing home. It's going to be one of those just close to a sentinel event that's going to happen.
Right. And she's reaching at her age, this 40-year-old decade is not great because it's more chances of things happening.
Oh, Lord. Yeah.
All right, Chantel, keep telling us how you're a skinny legend over here.
And now I'm 151 something. So that's actually the lowest I've been in a while. And yes, being sick kind of gave me a boost because I didn't eat for a few days, but I've been eating pretty normally for a few days now. So yeah, so that is good. I hope that I can, maintain. I feel like I've, lost like the way some t-shirts fit me are baggier than before. So, I'm not obsessed with numbers on the scale, but I'll weigh myself like maybe next week or something. We'll see. I don't know. Maybe before that. Oh, that's refreshing. Okay, now I'm gonna put my moisturizer.
All right.
So that's my weight.
I would really love Funny Girl to do something about the eye darting. When she tells these things, she never makes eye contact with the camera. I would love to get her opinion on that.
Right. And I'm sort of thinking, that she's not being truthful. That's why she can't look the camera in the eye.
Yeah.
This evasiveness.
Yeah. But I would like to know the psychology behind that. That would be fascinating to me.
And that's what often we do, believe it or not. And I even remember doing it when I was doing my psychology classes, is you actually will have very specific conversations, but they're short. And you literally are almost like you're recording, and at the same time you're writing down maybe potential gestures the patient's having, and you have to write then like the very detailed analysis of everything that was said, every movement that was made, and kind of what the intention potentially, or what based on their diagnostic history could be, happening. Were they having any hallucinations? Were there things that were going on? Because when I've worked with patients who were schizophrenic and, were obsessed with like deceased female wrestlers and things, it was very interesting. So yeah, I think I would be curious to hear what Funny Girl would say about that. But I think Chantel is definitely being evasive.
Oh, yes.
She does not want to be truthful. And so she's lying about her weight. That's why she's not really on a scale. That's why we don't really see her. She may say it's modesty, but it's just because she knows she's lying. But she knows she's lying. So is she lying performatively for the audience? Who's she lying to? Because she knows she's lying to herself. Like here with her hair, which you can see, her hairline is quite receded.
Oh, yeah. She just cannot, and I think whether it be with weight, with men, with profession, with just the way the way she talks, she cannot be less than somebody, or she cannot admit that I can't do it, or look, I gained weight, because that's defeat. She can't admit defeat.
Right. She's got a lot of vanity. Surprisingly, she's very vain.
Yeah. And that, I'm sure, came from her growing up. But and I, I agree with Boo Squeezy. And I said 48 hours to a binge. I'll guarantee you, I'll put my left leg on chopping block. She has binged for days.
Right.
Yeah, right, Rose. Exactly. She is binging.
Right. Right. She's way too calm and those blood sugars are way too high. You know,
Exactly.
the only way to get blood sugars that are high like that and to go into a strange kind of what they call eugenic, I want to call it eugenic, um, diabetic ketoacidosis, or is when you don't eat enough and you kind of starve yourself. Like that would be on the anorexic nervosis end.
Yeah.
But I don't think that's Chantel's case.
Mm.
I don't think her blood sugars are hot up because she's not eating. We talked about that over the text today. When you laughed because I was joking. She's calling herself a skinny legend over here. Okay, let's just keep her going. All right, Chantel, keep on going, girl.
Tuesday, I think the 28th. So, while I do this, I always put my lip gloss on. Yeah. Because it takes time to, work around. I don't think I'm going to
Does
put
she
very
just
much
do her
makeup on
makeup
or
all
anything
through
like
this
that.
point now?
Another thing I wanted to talk about, I'm using Peach.
That's all she does.
Moisturizer.
Okay. Does she do? Okay. So it's in the live.
I like this one
stream that
more.
you
It's
showed
kind of like
about
for
that
summer because
glucometer,
it's
correct?
kind of cooling. Like it has like a aloe in it.
Is it the live stream that she shows where she shows the glucometer? Let's bring that up real fast. Let me go over to that one. Okay, so that was the weigh-in. That was, oh, here we go. That was the one we saw here. Here we go. Here's the blood sugar. Okay. And then she went to the doctors. Oh, that's interesting. How did that suddenly show up? And then that went, okay. Anyway, let's look at her new machine here. We'll skip around on this one because it's long. But we'll just go to the parts of her testing her sugar so we can actually see the one where she went to the doctors today. All right.
Looks like a druid.
Look at this. Doesn't she look happy?
World. Chin Spanx must have been in the wash.
Is this why we have such dark lighting?
So, and apparently I think somewhere, if it's this one or the next one, she has a large blemish on her face. So I think she's just trying to, even with the filters that, it doesn't look good. Her skin doesn't. So I think she's trying to, truly a face of darkness. Amen, Pat Ray.
This is, wow. She really, she really goes for those filters, doesn't she? It's like, who are these people? I don't recognize this person. Okay. Let's hear about your using your new machine. Let's take a look at this. We got our diabetic educator over here, Chantel. She's going to grade you on how you use your machine. Let's see if she says hi 15 times. I might have to speed her along.
Julia.
Oh, no.
Get your cat fixed.
Hey, babe. You're first.
Oh, goodness.
You're the first. You might be the only. Hey, Cozy Capone. Island.
That actually sounded like an authentic call.
For change. Green grapes. Ella Venti.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ryan.
All right, let me see. I'm going to get her
Hey,
along a little bit.
Giraffe.
Okay.
It's 4/16. Just
actually, I think she takes the meds performatively.
You probably can't see it in the dark.
Ah!
Hi, Kitty. Patty. I have to take my medications. The topic for today is just talking to you guys. Hi, Fernanda. Hello, Derek, Cynthia, Elaine.
Which medications do you think she's taking? Heart or diabetes?
Well, I think later in this, she takes one of her diabetic pills. So it's probably her high blood pressure medicine.
Maybe she started taking her meds again. Maybe she started to feel bad and realized she had to take her medications.
Well, she takes I believe, her Janumet after that high blood reading.
Well, that doesn't sound like how it's probably prescribed. How is Janumet prescribed? How should the patients take it, Cheekbones?
Well, hers is BID 2 times a day, and you're supposed to take it with meals. So I would assume probably after breakfast and then after dinner. But she has no eating pattern. You need an eating pattern.
You mean
So
waking up at 3 or 4 or 5 in the morning and live streaming and binging is not an eating pattern?
I don't think she woke up. I think she's been up all night, and that's another sign of kidney disease is insomnia. So,
Oh,
you know,
because she
but
does have very poor sleeping patterns.
yeah, yeah. And so she takes one after this. So then when she gets to the doctor in the next video and her blood sugar was a little lower, well, she had taken a med before
Right.
she went. So
Right.
that's probably why it was lower. But I think these are accurate readings that she's getting.
Right. And so my question is do you think that she's neglected to take these medications, started to feel bad, and is now actually taking her medications? Or do you think she's been taking them as prescribed?
Oh, no, she's never been taking them as prescribed. She might be starting today taking them like she should, but no, she hadn't been because of the GI upset. She said it multiple times that she hadn't been taking them. So I
And it's
don't.
probably because the diet is not the one recommended with that medication, correct?
What diet? The seafood diet? Is that what diet you're talking about? You're losing me, Ray. You're losing me.
Well, I mean that usually with Janumet, you would be prescribed, like, you should make changes with your diet and exercise. So they're assuming that medication you're going to be having of sort of whole foods, a sort of healthier diet. Would that
Well,
cause less of the GI upset, or is it that just a side effect? No matter what she ate, she's going to have that side effect. I guess that's what
no. I believe the worst as more non-compliant or the worse diet, the worse her diet gets, the more GI upset.
Okay.
Yeah. So, I mean, I've had people say that they have some GI upset following their diet, but not.
I got a
I'm
super
sure
chat
not
to
hers.
grab fast. Hold on. I'm so sorry. I got barium exposure over here. Buy Tim Coffee. Oh, thank you, Barium. Check Barium's channel out if you enjoy some Timness. If you're over at the Timiverse, check out Barium Exposure. Thank you, Barium. I checked out one of your videos. It's funny. Thank you. Appreciate that, chat. Appreciate it so much. Sorry for that. Keep going. Got to throw in my work there. You were saying, don't let me interrupt.
Well,
About her insomnia and her.
Well, I mean, she's not following any kind of diet. She's supposed to eat it with meals or take the medicine with her meals, and and her meals are really large amounts, then fill-ins, large amount fill-in. So I don't think so. Yeah, that's right. She is on 2,000 milligrams. It's
And I've always suspected that she's not taking medications as prescribed. And that's why she doesn't really care if she has a provider. Because I don't think she thinks there's any consequence that if she doesn't do what's been recommended. Like, she knows better.
And with the Janumet, it's not recommended for people with decreased renal function.
Right. But how can anybody follow her when she's never around?
Exactly. Well, that's why she needs a village. She really does. She needs so many different aspects of healthcare that they're just, whoever she went to see, they're just, or to the pharmacy or wherever, just went and got this, oral medication, and not with what else she's got going on. You need to look at all that kind of stuff.
Right. Absolutely. And I think that's why often it seems kind of a little bit of a pain, but the reason why in the United States and probably in places like Canada, UK, there's so many regulations around sometimes getting these medications, because it doesn't just affect the part that it's prescribed for. It is going to have an effect on other parts of the body, and it is important to know how they are functioning in order to know if those medications are appropriate. And she doesn't follow with anybody.
Yeah. I mean, she needs a nephrologist. She definitely needs that. And that can help her with all of that kind of stuff. But I mean, look, that ain't gonna happen.
Right. And the thing is, to me, it's such a, just what's glaringly obvious is that this is somebody who just neglected her health. And now in order for her to get back to any semblance of health, it's going to take a lot of investment of time, education from the people who would be caring for her, and the cost for this one person who just decided for, just to say, oh, no, I'm not doing anything.
Yeah.
What I want, live how I want, do how I want, bees how I want. And now look at me sitting in the dark over here, looking like a character from the Phantom Menace.
Yeah. Well, you
looks like Darth Vader before the mask.
Well, true. But if she said, that's it, I'm going back to Canada, the sham's over, I'm going back, I'm getting my health in line. From what our Canadians in the chat say, finding a GP is almost impossible. She blew hers off. She had a chance to get one. She blew that off.
Right.
But there's so much that she needs and to be taken care of. I really don't know, with an already strained system, that she would be able to get what she needs.
And I think she thinks she could just keep hitting up the ERs, to be honest, if she was there.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, that's her healthcare. Well, in the U.S. we have some of those people that use the ER as their private clinic.
Frequent flyers.
Yeah, absolutely. But I don't think even going to the ER is gonna, help her. I mean, she really needs a village.
Well,
was it Patricia said something about an inpatient? Yeah, I mean, she really needs to go. I don't know, the Canadians can tell us if they have those clinics there, inpatient, where all her health can be monitored and the appropriate diets. And I don't know.
Right. And, we hope that Chantel pays her taxes so that she can fund any of this care.
Yeah.
Needed.
Yeah, really.
Because it's kind of a slap in people's face. As much as you want people to get care and be taken care of, that this person gives so little, wants to take so much sometimes. I think that's where it's difficult sometimes to have empathy for Chantel.
Oh, absolutely. No empathy, no sympathy.
Mm-hmm. Right. All right, Chantel, let's see how you do with this. She just looks great today. Her skin does not look good.
I have 4 more antibiotics to take. It's like which year, and I still haven't figured out how to make antibiotics small. Hi, Golden Girl. Hello, nice to see you. Oh, hi, Pink Stars. I'm feeling okay. Like I'm a bit congested because I just got up not long ago. But hi, Joanne.
That's why it's so performative. This is performative in my mind.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Look at me. I'm taking my meds, folks.
Yeah.
All right, let me get to the part where she actually brings out her glucometer, because sometimes she just
technology isn't there yet. Hi, Lisa.
Okay, let's see.
Energy egg.
Talks to the beezers and nobody. And
Robin
coughs.
Charles Reed, what are you
Nobody
doing?
cares about that.
Taylor.
Here we go. Let's get to this thing.
And then pick what? Okay, yeah. So I'm not turning the light on right now. I'm too tired.
Okay.
I have a thing here.
Okay, on call. Does this look like something that's retail? It looks more like a retail option.
Yeah,
me,
it does.
It's got the.
Probably got it at the pharmacy.
Are you familiar with this brand?
No, there ain't no way to keep up with them.
Yeah,
it does look like a retail item.
Right. And because it's got the plastic here displaying the glucometer, which you wouldn't necessarily find if it was coming through a medical. I don't see that in medical packaging usually.
No.
So this was, so do you think, I don't know if she's on this antibiotic. If she is, she got it just over the counter, like a broad spectrum for a skin infection.
Yeah, I guess this is the antibiotic for the kidney infection, that whole thing was sus. They gave me no, like you were talking about. They, you got to know the bug to know the drug.
Right.
They wouldn't have, they would have found out what she needed to be on. So I'm sure it's just, something Salad went down to the pharmacy and this is my symptoms and they gave him something.
Right. And he probably, she's not feeling any better. So he went and finally picked her up a glucometer because I guess she finally realized the other one wasn't working.
Yeah.
Which leads to my suspicions that I've had for quite a long time that she's not regularly been checking her blood sugar since she returned home from Canada.
No, she never does. No.
Right.
No.
It's just, she doesn't do anything, people. All right, let's see how she does with this, and then we'll get to the doctors so we don't get too long here. Because obviously a lot of people have looked at, and we'd rather look at the doctor's appointment.
On call blood glucose monitoring system. And it comes with the machine.
Now look at her technique and tell her where she's going wrong.
Whoa, cool. I wish I didn't have to have this, but okay, so it comes with this pouch, this little thing. I don't know what that is for.
Well, that's good to check
all
the
of these
controls.
are lancets, and all of these are strips, so 100 each, and the lancer and the machine.
That's kind of scary, isn't it? That she doesn't know how to calibrate her glucometer with controls, high lows. I would think you still have to do it with the home machines or not.
You know, I'm not real sure with the home machines. I would think that there would be some calibration with them.
Right.
I dealt a lot with the, oh gosh, I can't, the ones that are permanent, you know, that are in you. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I had a total brain.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, I'm having a brain absence too, but the ones that are like on the arm.
Yeah.
See the little reading right there, like the little automatic sensor that they have.
But you know, this isn't her first one. It may be her third one, but you know, she never has been interested in, you know, I'm sure there's a website, they've got it on the box you can go to, and it teaches you all about that, you know, what you need to do. And yeah, Libre. Thank you.
The Libre. Thank you.
Yes. I could not remember that.
I know. It's like the thing you flash with the arm.
Yes. Thank you.
That's how the patients describe it.
You know, she could easily find out what she needs to find out, but she's not going to do it. She's just going to try to wing it. But I honestly believe what she got was the true reading.
Oh, me too. And I mean, it was good that she did a second check, but you know, we'll see her technique here because I'm sure she doesn't do any clean technique. And
I know you didn't see it, but Sam said that model is on Amazon for 10 pounds.
Thank you, Sam. Thank you. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah. I'm staring at Chantel for some reason.
Yeah, so
I'll try to see where I can find that. You said, read my last message. I'm trying, Sam. I'm trying. All right, let's keep with Chantel and her. But yeah, I, you know, having been somebody who's had to calibrate the glucometers on the floor every day as a nurse, I recognize that fluid. That's to calibrate. So this is you know, to make sure that you're getting the readings correct, that the highs and lows and the machine is doing well. We'll tell you if the machine's passing or not. It's important to make sure your equipment is working correctly, Chantel. So it's effectively reading your blood sugars. What's this? Oh, the stuff that makes sure your stuff's working properly, girl.
I just found it on Amazon in the US. It's $14.99.
Thank you. I'm sorry I couldn't find your message. Oh my goodness, Rose. I'm so sorry. Was it Sam? Sam, sorry.
Yeah, Sam. Yeah, but it's for that exact kit is $14.99 on Amazon. Hey, Eloise.
Hey, Eloise, come on in. You haven't really missed much. We just have been talking about Chantel's insulin resistance and her poor kidneys and her lying about her weight. What else have we covered?
Defiant disorder.
Yeah. The fact that she needs to address her mental health if she's going to get anywhere, because she's not going to maintain a diet plan without addressing her actual real issues around food. She's not in a place where she is going to wake up one day and just say, you know what, I'm going to eat a little better today. You know, like some of us might have a day where we just kind of did it a little bit nuts. Maybe it was a holiday or something. And then the rest of the week we go to more moderate eating, you know. But Chantel has no moderation, I don't think.
No.
Okay, Chantel, show us what a whiz you are with this equipment, girl. You're acting like you've never seen a glucometer. That's scary. She's very excited. She got a glucometer.
Layla? Oh, sorry to hear that. Yeah, golden girl. I hope you feel better. Jeez. No, I don't want to hold it.
Oh, is it the top of the head? What happens here? What is it here?
Yeah.
Oh.
That's that lovely skin routine she does. It's that rose water.
I almost think it's because she's actually, you know, and this happens with people who start actually doing a skincare routine. And because they are washing their face more consistently or using products, it can cause for breakouts.
Well, we know that ain't happening with her. That's not the reason. Because it's opposite because she's not doing it. I mean, you know, so.
Or she's having a reaction to something she's using.
Or it may just be that
her skin is not
that
healthy.
undercap she wears it because she has it down low. It may have just irritated and.
I just worried about her skin when she was swimming with all that clothing on.
Oh God, I just can't. Golly, I just can't.
When she cannonballed into that pool, I was like, no. Okay, keep going, Chantel. I don't want to take forever.
Set for a while,
to the doctor's appointment.
Diabetes, Debbie. My other meter's okay. It's like in the drawer here, but it's just cracked, and I ran out of lancets and that, so I figure I might as well just get a whole new machine, you know?
Oh, it was $10. $15. I'm grabbing my iced tea.
No, Roach, it's called being fat. That's what causes the face swelling. You can reverse insulin resistance by, I don't know if you can cure diabetes, but you can reverse insulin resistance by proper diet and exercise. Yeah, you can.
What are your thoughts on that statement?
Yes.
To a certain point, yes. But, you know, I think she's past that point.
Right. And that's why I wanted to show the video on insulin resistance, because she mentions that she can reverse it.
Mm-hmm. Now, I don't think at her point for the length of time that she's been, you know, I've had diabetics and pre-diabetics that have reversed it and have got off medications and have done it with just diet and exercise, and you can tell it. But right. She's not going to do that. She's not going to put in that work. So,
and did they have much lower hemoglobin A1Cs or lower blood sugars coming in initially with that insulin resistance?
Oh yeah. I've never had anybody, a patient with her levels of blood sugars that were not already on insulin.
Right.
Unless they were just undiagnosed and came in like an ER situation or to the doctor, and then the doctor referred them to me for the diet education, but that they had no idea that they were diabetic. But she knows. So no, these people, it was a lot lower, but it was a lot of them are at that point of, if you don't, you know, get it straightened out, you're going to have to go to insulin, and that terrified them. Right. And they got their stuff together and got it done, and bravo. Yeah.
Right. And I don't know if she's reached that terrified rock bottom yet, to be honest.
No, I don't think so. And this, I think if she did go to a physician, I think it was Salal that was like, look, if something happens, I'm tapping out. I ain't got nothing in this box. I'm going to step on out and shut the door behind me, and I'm going to that. If something happens to you, you're on your own. So I think that's the only reason that she went, because if you're so concerned, oh, my blood sugar is so high, so I went and took a nap. No, that's not what you do. If you're,
I ate watermelon for a day.
Yeah. You don't go take a nap with a 22 blood sugar.
No.
You know?
No, you try to take a walk to lower the blood sugar. You know, you need to exercise, but she's probably so lethargic from those high blood sugars and fatigued, I would think. She doesn't have the energy.
Yeah.
She does
Look,
not have the energy.
Brianna, last time she had her A1C, she dropped it from 13 to 5.5.
You way to go, girl.
Yeah, see, there you go.
Right, and she never talks about her A1C. And that is the only thing that would really tell us what's been going on.
Oh,
and
yeah.
I'm sure it's very high.
Yeah.
I don't even want to know. It's probably in the 13, 14 range.
I would probably bet 17.
Dang.
That's where my money would be, 17.
Oh, yeah. Gosh. I mean, yeah. I mean, oh, I hate that for her pancreas.
I do
And
too.
her kidneys. Oh, sad pancreas is in the chat, everyone. Okay, Chantel, let's keep going because we want to see this doctor visit. I want to get some of the highlights from this one because I know everyone's talked about this one already.
It is actually, is your blood sugar higher when you just wake up? Maybe my sugar will be higher right now.
Okay, answer that question. Talk about the waking up blood sugars because this is important for nurses learning on the floor.
Wait, I was reading the chat. I'm sorry. She talking about her morning?
Yes,
sugars?
that when you wake up in the morning, it's higher.
Well, my experience is, with a lot of my experience is with the insulin. And I don't know, I don't think that it should be that high. I'm saying I think she binged last night.
Right.
I don't think it shouldn't be higher in the morning.
Correct.
But a lot of times if people are on insulin and you're getting them adjusted and that type of thing, it might be, but no, I don't think it should be higher in the morning.
And I think that's one of the things when you're giving something like Novolog, like the night overnight insulin, is the making sure that you don't give so much, because I think there is sort of that rise that comes up when you're sleeping that needs to be controlled by that Novolog, but you don't want it so much that it drops them too low so they're hypoglycemic in the morning. Am I correct in kind of understanding? Because it is very difficult to this is why sometimes even for people who have to manage things like diabetes type 1 and diabetes type 2 can find it difficult. And that's why these continuous glucose delivery systems, insulin delivery systems and continuous glucose monitoring systems like the Libre are so good, because they also given to ups and downs, and so I would say in my experience, and it's hard because she's not managed by medication, so it's hard to say if this is but high, that would be something pathological going on.
Oh, well, I just think,
Like an infection. Do you know what I mean? If you woke up and you had high blood sugars in the morning, that's because potentially you have an infection.
Well, supposedly she does, but I just think it's because she's binged.
Right. But hers are super high. But that would be the only other thing, is because she's got something else going on that's bad.
Exactly. Yeah.
Not because that's what happens normally, Chantel, for most people. I think that's where we have to make sure this clarification is, because she talks a lot of this sort of medical misinformation because she doesn't know. She doesn't understand even the disease that she suffers from.
Yeah.
And so only times that it potentially would be high like that, Chantel, is because you have something deeper going on infection-wise. Yeah. So you really do need to see a doctor, girl. Okay.
Husby's doing okay. He was in the chat here. It is so oh, really, Vera? Hi, Carolina. Hot. It's 43 in the day, in the shadow. And it's to the point where I have to turn my hot water tank off during the day if I want any cool. Even then, I don't know. There's no such thing as cold water during the day. Like if you want a cold shower, you got to wait till evening. Yeah, it's morning. It was morning prayer. Hi, Meep. The other one broke. It just fell on the ground and cracked the screen. That's all. It still worked, but You cured your diabetes by losing 100.
I don't know. I've dropped some glucometers before, and they've never cracked a screen like that. I try not to drop things, but it happens. I don't know.
Yep.
I don't know. Do they crack that easily? A home one? I mean, if it's a
I don't
tile.
know. I've never seen one cracked. So
All I could think of was that was an infection control problem for me. At that point, you needed the new glucometer because you don't know if you broke something, girl. Okay, let's see if she gets actually to testing her sugar. Okay, goodness me, come on, let's speed her along a little bit so we can get to. Doesn't she check her blood sugar at some point?
yeah.
Okay, here she goes. Here she goes. Let's go to that part so we can go over to the doctor because she just talks. We know nonsense. Okay, Chantel, let's see. Oh my goodness, look at this face.
One face.
Girl, and my other thoughts are too is that she's supposed to be potentially needing to start thinking about going out of town again. Aren't those 3 months going to be up soon?
Yeah. I think it's at June she's going to have to do a visa run.
She's not going to be healthy enough. I think that's one of the things that's probably concerning Salah. How is she going to get her visa? She can't be in Kuwait. They're cracking stuff down there.
Yeah.
She's just acting like nothing else going on. She's very, in denial at all times. All right, Chantel, let's see your very unhygienic technique of taking your blood sugars. Because I don't think she ever washes her hands or uses an alcohol wipe or does a drop, squeeze, and then her sugar. Her technique terrible is what I'm saying.
I know how to take my blood aluminum. Every machine is like weird, different. They're the same, but they're different. Okay, let me turn this on.
She don't look good.
What's this for?
Oh my goodness, girl. That's the card thing for the strips.
Yeah, it's
make sure the strips match with the.
How do I turn it on?
Does she not? This is kind of scary.
Oh, I'm just shaking my head. That's what I'm doing.
I mean, I don't expect a newly diagnosed type 2 diabetic or someone who maybe just found out they're type 1 and they're kind of given older equipment because maybe that's all insurance covers, whatever, Luckily, most insurance companies are moving away from this because they realize that patients being monitored more frequently with the Libre system is much better for controlling blood sugars and having the patients kind of not be scared of pricking their fingers all the time and having those messed up fingers, which are uncomfortable, Yeah. But Chantel acting brand new out here. Which just always makes you know that this is somebody who has not been checking even every other day, 3 times a week. She would be more than that, probably. Yeah. She would be ACHS.
Why not do all this? Read your instructions. Go watch the YouTube video, get it all together, and then come on your live and say, "Oh, look, I got it." And why do you want to look like a total doofus? That's a whole nother subject, but that kind of stuff just irritates me. I just can't stand it.
Right. And I think this is, and to me, it's frustrating as somebody who's been a provider because in respect to the nurse, because it says to me that you've been really non-compliant and you've not known how to use other glucometers. If you've used one, it should be, you've been diagnosed with this for some time, Chantel. And the fact that you just ran out of strips on one and that was it. And that's probably been for some time now. It's very negligent.
Well, she did cure herself, back in the Villa days. And so she didn't have to test her blood. And I saw her say that. No, I'm not testing my blood. I'm cured. I cured myself. So, give her a little slack there, Ray. Come on now.
Well, it's just, I guess it's frustrating because she's going to end up impacting so many others because she's going to end up having a health event because she's been so negligent. And it's going to happen. I just feel like it's getting closer and closer. Like it's gonna happen this year, in my prediction.
Yeah,
Especially with this negligence.
Yeah, I'm not being morbid. It's facts are facts, and she will not make it out of 2025. I guarantee you that. If she continues with this,
correct.
If not a sentinel or near sentinel event this year, it'll be next year.
Those are hospital level blood sugars that she pulls up here. I know her body's compensating, but it's looks like it's not compensating as well as it used to. All right, Chantel. I don't think I can watch her mess around with this. How long does she mess around with the machine? I just wanted to see the actual blood sugar. Okay, does she come back here? Okay, let's see this poll. Is this where she does it?
She took it and then she went and washed her hands because she said she had watermelon juice from the table on them, and I think it was higher the second time she did it. So.
Okay, so she got the first time she did get a blood sugar here. Okay, let me go back then.
That may have been, or she may have.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. Or is she still messing around? Let's see.
Charger?
Oh my goodness.
Let me try. I'll be right back.
Oh, she figures out.
She went to get batteries, I think.
Okay, let me bring her back then. Okay, yeah, we don't. Chantel, it's quality content over here, girl. All right, let's see what she's got over here. She looks really like somebody from a horror film with this, or from a Star Wars film.
I don't know.
Ooh.
Okay.
Ooh.
I mean, this is like a machine.
I thought her hairline was coming in nice. Ooh.
Well, 2/3 of it probably is, but
she does not look good. I just don't say her. She doesn't look so good here, does she? Oh my goodness. Sorry, chat. We're just if I'm not keeping up. I'm trying to keep an eye on Chantel's nonsense.
That I'm just trying. Like when you get a new machine or something.
No,
I know how to do it. It's just this machine is a bit different. Okay, let's try this.
It's like you said, if she wanted to look to her audience like she was competent, then go ahead and do this ahead of time and then competently come out and do it. This is not highlight that you know how to use these machines, Chantel. It actually highlights quite the opposite. Look at his face. Is that when she pricks her finger? I mean, what's going on here?
Yeah.
See, and she probably doesn't like that. So that might be another deterrent for her taking her blood sugars.
She's just lazy.
And that too. But, this is where her laziness is going to get her, though, with failed kidneys.
Bismillah.
Oh.
Oh. Oh. Okay. That wasn't bad. Ooh. Oh, I forgot to put the strip. Shit.
Oh, Lord.
Machine.
And so the blood everywhere? Did she do any sterile alcohol wipe?
It says E4.
She said that they gave her alcohol wipes, I believe. So whether she used them, I don't know. But she said they were in their kit.
Well, yeah.
Hi, Gloria. Let me just.
They were supposed to use them to make sure your fingers are clean. Don't get an infection in there. She doesn't even know to set up the strip first. Chantel, this is not a good look.
I'm so dumb. Obviously, I have to put the strip in before I just pick my finger. Why am I like this?
I don't know. You tell us, Chantel. You said you were a pro at this about 2 seconds ago.
Oh. Like getting your gum scraped. God, it's tedious.
How does it feel as somebody who's worked with diabetic patients to see somebody who supposedly has had this diagnosis for a while, and this is how they're managing their diabetes type 2?
My diabetics that had been into the rodeo for a bit, they were pros. I've never seen this level of incompetency. Never. And from
I don't mean
somebody
to
who
laugh. I'm so sorry. I don't mean to laugh, people. You know, I try to be sensitive to people and their, what's going on, but I can't help but laugh when you said it because it's so true.
that look, this is my personal like little pet peeve is the incompetence thing. When you have a retired military father, you understand. It just really just rakes me.
I just
And I'm not talking about just a glucometer. I'm talking about anything. It just
right.
it gives me anxiety, and I'm Gen X, so.
I'm just thinking she lacks mythology, like even when I come out here to my live streams, I kind of know extra things I want to watch, things I want to look at. I might get a little into the weeds on the chit chat, because I'm a human. But I usually have notes about, things I wanted to talk about, like, oh Lordy, it's Geordie. I've done I've actually put a little bit of work in before I've come on live.
Well, I don't know if maybe she thinks this is cute. I don't know. Maybe that's it. Maybe she thinks that, she reverts to this childish behavior because I guess she and Uncle Phil told her it was so cute. What a cutie. Look at her. I don't know. Maybe that's it. Maybe
that's interesting. That is an interesting perspective I had not thought of. It's this sort of, oh, woe is me, poor me again. She loves that poor me, the sad fishing.
Mm-hmm.
But it's a strange form of sad fishing here. But she definitely, it's very interesting. Oh, now I'm going to look more into that now that you've mentioned that. Okay, keep showing us how incompetent and potentially childlike you are, Chantel. She's probably got just blood all over wherever she is at the moment.
Sorry, guys. Hi, Colleen.
Get ready, Eloise. Get ready.
I thought he wasn't feeling good for about a day, and that's it. That's his getting sick, really.
Chantel's back up pickles. I just saw that.
Okay. You don't work? I'm not doing it.
I know. Thought you might enjoy that.
Too funny.
What do I do? Do I put blood inside?
Girl, you just kind of touch the finger and it just picks up.
Oh my God, I'm going to just come over there and do it.
For a nurse who's had to take more blood sugars than you can imagine in her lifetime on the floor, do you know how that? I mean, I'm somebody who has to get this done in a very short amount of time.
Yeah. Is it not making you just like jumping? Just give it to me.
Well, to me, it just shows to me that she's not been managing this at all. And she didn't obviously really use the other machine very much. It must have had just 10 test strips in it or something.
Pulling teeth.
It is. It just shows to me that when we say to see how high her blood sugar is, you're just like, OMG, how are you still alive? In some ways,
I'm going to be in the nursing home before she gets this done.
I know. Oh my God. She'd be fired as a nurse by now. She's out of nursing school.
What the hell? It can't be that high.
Oh my God. Look at her face.
How can it be that high?
How can it be that high? Cheekbones. Answer question.
Oh, I thought you were being facetious.
Well, I am kind of, but what would make it so high?
Her diet. What she's eating.
Right.
Yeah.
Lack of physical activity, potentially. But her face, do you see this face?
Yeah, she really didn't think it was going to be that high.
Because she never looks at it.
No.
And her pancreas is being less and less able to give enough insulin, or the insulin is not it's not coming. There's nothing open. There's no keys for that blood sugar, Chantel. You killed it off. You killed the Insulin, the Lingerhausen or Lingerhaus. You killed your islet skill. It's the face. It's the face and it's the surprise. This, I think, was a real reaction from Chantel. I'm surprised too that you're still walking and talking with that blood sugar.
I think I told you that one patient I saw, I think his was 1200. I mean, I've never seen that. And it was an older man and he was sitting up talking. And I had no idea he was diabetic. I mean, because they got me at the hospital. It's like, you've got to come see this. You know how that is when you have those patients. Right. Like, it's educational. You've got to come see this. Yeah.
It is amazing. It's amazing the damage we can do in our bodies and how our bodies try to cope with it, and try to regulate it all, everything we throw at it. It's an amazing thing, which is why we should respect it more.
I watched it. I saw really interesting, and I didn't even pay attention to what the channel was, but it was the link between diabetes, type 2, maybe type 1 also, but and pancreatic cancer.
Oh yeah.
We've talked about her liver with the fatty liver going to cirrhosis, and I've seen it many patients die of liver cancer. And because of that, they didn't drink, never took a drink, never smoked a cigarette. They were overweight, had type 2, had fatty liver, which turned into cirrhosis and then liver cancer.
And I would make sense too that there could be more propensity for pancreatic cancer if you're doing so much, abuse kind of to the pancreas. When it's not able to do its job as it should. Potentially you could have mutated genes that could come into that.
Eloise said, there's a link. Yeah.
Well, that's scary too, because pancreatic cancer is really awful. And we have more diabetics, type 2, that were, because of lifestyle, unfortunately.
Yeah.
And that's scary.
Well, the survival rate, because it's, you have symptoms. A lot of people avoid it. My father-in-law passed away with pancreatic cancer. He was type 2 diabetic. But it's like a 12% survival rate. And if you catch it early, it's like a 44%. But it's one of those that, and I've seen it. So yeah.
I've had patients that have been walking and talking with pancreatic cancer when I did oncology. And sadly, 2 weeks later, they were no longer with us. And yet I can have a patient with other types of cancers, like fungating, like tumors out of their necks, and they'll live forever on a feeding tube. So but pancreatic, it's very rapid in its course, unfortunately, often.
Yeah. So that's another, thing. I think my father-in-law was diagnosed and within 2 to 3 weeks he had passed. He was at work. He was working, and within 2 to 3 weeks he had passed.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Well, unfortunately, the oncologist I worked for, he was a brilliant oncologist, super healthy, played golf, always took care of himself, had been in the military. He was getting ready to finally retire. He'd always just dedicated to himself to these cancer and blood disorder patients. And he found out he had brain cancer. And he passed within 6 weeks of his diagnosis. And he had oncology for all that time. Shows you that even people who are healthy, you just never know. So, Chantel, you've been very fortunate, but I think fortune is catching up with you. All right, girl, let's see how you continue to be shocked, because we're going to get shocked with you. Well, maybe not.
What the heck? I didn't even eat anything. It says 21.
Ooh. All right, 21. So I will do a quick mole to MGDL, milligram deciliters, which is what's more common here in the United States. And we're going to use the diabetes in the UK to convert because that's how they are often doing it. So let's see. So she said it was 21. That was 378 on her blood sugar here in the US. 378. Eating ate anything for how long? I don't know. I was saying that potentially it's just she also has an infection, but you know, then you need to be in a hospital.
Mm.
She doesn't look good.
No. Mm.
She doesn't look good. All right, keep. Let's hear the next outrageous one. Then we're gonna go over to the doctor's appointment because we don't care about Salah and the hamster. I mean, I care to see how he marks 6, but
that's really high.
Yes, it is. 21.6. Even worse. Hold on. Girl, you gotta give us that 0.6.
She leaves them points off.
Yeah, she is. Yeah, she don't understand. That makes a whole difference in the calculation here. 388.8. She's just under 400. Wow. I would not allow that patient to exercise, actually, at that. You are very high risk for a stroke now and a cardiac event.
Yep.
That's a level of blood sugar I would not allow a patient to actually exercise. So how many times do I wonder if she was stepping out, trying to swim and do all this stuff with blood sugars that were actually very dangerously high, that would actually say, no, you are not exercising. I know walking is good, but you're actually at a high risk for something else, like a dang stroke, girl.
Yeah.
That's scary.
Yeah, it's terrifying. It is to me and you because we see the results of that.
Right. I think that's where
Sure
people that watch and who maybe only have a relative or hear about it in the news, but haven't personal experience or a close loved one or potentially, experience through work, just don't understand how bad this is.
Yeah. Sandra's right. That's what we said. She's used to it. Her blood sugars are always that high.
Right.
You know?
Right.
So
But after a while, the body is just, it sugars that high causes an infection. Right. It can go either way. Either that you have an infection and therefore you're running high blood sugars because you have an active infection, or you've got high sugar and therefore you're more prone to infection. It's like just a massive, like, cyclical problem going on, you know? So it's even she seems like she's shocked by that number. Because before, remember, that machine was broken. So she was sitting there thinking she's like 10.1 and stuff. And I don't think I ever was in agreement with those readings. Yeah. Yeah, it's a spiral. Absolutely, Eloise. It's a spiral. I think everyone knows it. I hope so, Kat. But, you know, you would be surprised about how people might understand the numbers are high, but do people understand really, like, the full catastrophic outfall of this happening over a period of time?
Yeah. Well, she normalizes it. I mean, you know, we would be like freaking out, but she's like, oh gosh, I don't think that's right. Oh, well, and then just kind of plays it off, you know.
Right. See, we're older and we take it seriously. Well, younger people may not understand it as seriously.
Exactly. And we work in healthcare, so we understand it.
Right. So, yeah, I mean, I think we here are educated to understand this is serious. But for younger people, this could be a joke to them. Do you know what I mean? Because Chantel puts on her actual thumbnail her 430 blood sugar.
Yeah.
So she knows she's causing, clickbait Yeah, oh gosh, this is okay. Let's keep going because it just keeps getting worse. And I'm curious about this doctor visit. But I guess my thing is like, I just don't think people really understand the end organ damage that ends up happening because people talk about diabetes. It's so normalized, I think, and becoming more normalized with drugs like Ozempic.
Yeah. And Sandra's right. She thinks 16 is fine. When she was getting those readings of 16, and if it was 13, it's like, oh, well, it used to be 16. Like, woo. No, it's terrible.
Right. And this has been going on for so long now. If we were all metric. I know. Hey, well, actually, we're milligrams over deciliters is how we use it here. So that's wild. Okay. And then they have the different systems. So are we on the metric? I don't know. I know the labs are always different between like the UK and the US. Like any of the labs, it's very hard because I was trying to look at some of my stepdad's labs for his CLL, and it was chronic lymphatic leukemia, and it was hard to see. Anyway, let's go.
I'm just not going to eat anything. Even when I don't eat anything, what the heck? Maybe I have to go on insulin. I don't know. Take it again in a few hours. I ate like yeah, I am. When did I eat last? Like 5 p.m. And it's 4:30 a.m.
No.
Nix.
Knit. No.
Yeah. No. You've been stressing and probably eating, girl. Look at all this. Her face is so swollen here. Oh my goodness. Okay, keep going, Chantel.
Bye, golden girl. That can't be right. That's weird. I don't know. Maybe I'm still sick. I don't know. Or maybe antibiotics. I don't know.
No, that's not. I mean,
that's no.
A little bit higher, but not to that extent, girl. A little impact. No, Carolina, I mean, but not like huge like that, unless you're really.
I want to wait to see the doctor again so I can like make sure that, like, that's what I should be on. But I definitely should go take a pill right now. Anyways, yeah, that's really high. I don't know. Well, I washed my hands.
Which you're supposed to take with meals. Take your pill that you're supposed to eat with meals. Take it now, then you haven't had anything to eat. Go right on. Yeah.
Right. And then she wonders why her stomach feels upset when she takes this medication. Usually why they recommend eating it with food is because you need the food with the medication in order for it to do its action. Correct?
Yeah. And probably to assist with the GI upset too.
Right. And I know Eloise could probably fill us in more into the benefits. Yeah, of why that's, so important. But, it is to do with how the medication works. Because there's some antibiotics, it's very clear that you must take with food. And then other ones are like, doesn't matter, Yeah. And there are medications. And when they say take with food, they mean you take it with food. Even if you need to take 3 spoonfuls of applesauce, take it with something. And she's supposed to be taking this with diet and exercise. Sorry, I don't mean to laugh, but she's not. And she's acting here all baffled why her blood sugars are high, which means that even though she watches every reaction channel, even ones like this community and other communities, trying to educate about diabetes type 2, she's still not able to seemingly understand what is happening in her body.
Yeah.
Is this denial? Absolute denial?
Yeah. To admit it would be admitting defeat, and she's never wrong. She's not, it's never her fault. So yeah, it's some form of denial.
I would be petrified to be living in a foreign country where I was on a tourist visa, where the government was having huge changes, and I'm sitting there with a 400 blood sugar. I'd be petrified.
I'd be terrified. I'd be on my way to the ER.
Right. And she needed to be on her way to the ER. Really, to get that blood sugar. She had no insulin. This is, and in Canada, that's probably what she would do. And now she's in Kuwait, and now she's got to figure out. And the only thing she could think to do was to reduce her food, which this blood sugar doesn't say that necessarily. All right, keep going, Chantel. Let's see the next
Fruit,
shocking
there's,
blood
like,
sugar so we can go
watermelon
to the
milk.
doctor's office.
But I use the thing. I don't know. I'm confused. I mean, I feel okay. I don't feel dizzy or anything.
Wild.
The normal is between. I know, babe. It's bad. It's like discouraging because I lost weight. I guess that doesn't have anything to do with diabetes in a way, does it?
I don't want to sound morbid. I sometimes think Salah doesn't want to have this lady pass away at this apartment, and he has to answer for it.
Oh, he ain't answering for it. No, don't be delusional.
Well, I mean, he's gonna have to, they're gonna have to take the body out somehow. You can't just walk away and leave it there.
Oh, I guarantee you he would.
Oh God.
I guarantee it. He might call somebody anonymously, but that'll be it.
Oh my gosh. I'm not wishing that upon you, Chantel, but this is serious, girl. All right, keep going. You'll get
Maybe
through it though,
like zero
Chantel, like
sugar,
a
like I
cockroach.
shouldn't have any fruit at all. Yeah, it's MMOL. I didn't drink any fruit juice because the fruit juice I bought, I thought it said no sugar added, but when I drank it, it was still sweet. So that was it. I had like a sip, but I've been eating a lot of fruit. Yeah, I've been eating like plums, peaches. Hey, Teardrop.
Can we talk about this amount of fruit that she's consuming? And just...
if she's consuming it, and her, and she knows. They've told her in her chat. She watches reaction channels that they tell her, fruit juice has sugar in it. You don't have to add. Pomegranate juice has more sugar than a Coca-Cola.
Oh, it's awful.
Yeah, so just because it's a fruit juice doesn't mean that it's
healthy.
No sugar. It can be very high sugar with no sugar added.
Correct.
But they've told her that. She knows it, but that's what she wants to drink. And you will not convince me that that's all she's been eating is some peaches and some fruit. No, she's been having them Indomie. She's been, the hubcap of rice.
Right.
She's been doing it all. I'm telling you.
And I'm thinking she just got paid too. So she's definitely got money now to have been getting all the takeout she wanted.
Yeah. She's stupid and careless, Lacey. That's what she is. Both of them. Stupid and careless.
Right.
Both.
Right.
It's not an or in there.
He said, yeah, there's not an or. Yeah, this is just negligence, absolute negligence. Keep going, Chantel. Let's keep being horrified, girl.
I can't get Ozempic here; it's out of the question. So no Ozempic, no Manjaro, nothing. So it would have to be like good old. I'm just gonna take my meds consistently and see the doctor about it. Yeah. No sugar added is full of sugar. Yeah.
I mean,
see, they told her again. They've told her this.
She's the rice. The high glycemic index on that rice is outrageous. Mm-hmm. And she's just like literally eating spoonfuls of sugar. She doesn't get it.
Yeah.
She doesn't get it.
Well,
and I don't know if she'll ever get it.
The few people with some brain cells in there have told her all of this. The rice, the Indomie, all that. No, that's not good. That's not good. That's not good. And she either ignores it, they get blocked. It's so she knows all this, but she'll do that. What? Like a kid, like a child. What? I didn't know that.
Right.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, bread with every meal. I mean, and then this whole barrage of beans. And I think that she was doing the bean thing because a lower protein diet for kidney disease, like stage 3. But then the flip side of that is that she's diabetic. Right. So she's eating all these carbohydrates. Right. So it's a double-edged sword. She needs to find her an appropriate or qualified diabetes diet educator, a registered dietitian, and that they need to help her.
Absolutely. I was thinking the same thing even when she was talking about having, gastric issues and, wanting to rest her, bowels. And I'm thinking, but you can't be on a brat diet if you've had this nausea, this vomiting and all this stuff going on. and now you're on antibiotics, because a lot of it is rice and toast and apples, and bananas, which are all things that could spike your blood sugar. So what diet, bland diet, I guess, like sugar-free Jello. I mean, it would really have to, really searching to find things that aren't going to spike her blood sugars, but also be part of a bland enough diet that it's not doing any, additional stress to the gastric system. And she loves a spicy food. So
well, I think she just needs that to taste. I think she's just blowed out her taste buds. So
Correct.
she's just something that she can actually taste the food.
Right. And she's probably so addicted to sugar and salt at this time. It's very hard for her. That's why if she is eating fruit, she's eating huge quantities of it, because she's craving that sugar. And that's not going to help with her blood sugars either. Just because it's fruit, there is a certain amount of carbohydrates depending on the fruit that you're eating.
Yeah, exactly. I see, and we've talked about this before, maybe our first string together, but with the diabetes, it's not that you cannot have fruit and that you cannot have rice or you cannot have bread. It's the portions, and it's set in your carbohydrate count for the day, the certain amount of carbohydrates per meal, and it's set, it's in stone. You follow it as closely as you can, because that helps stabilize your insulin.
Absolutely.
But we've seen her just all over the board with it. It's not that she can't have it. She
can't control the amount that she has, and she's kind of at a place where now her blood sugars have gotten so high. It's kind of like that food's not really, she's almost not going to be able to eat those foods because her blood sugars are so out of control.
Yeah.
So even her little bit.
Yeah. I mean, diabetics type 2, they do need, you do need carbohydrates.
Absolutely.
It's not, oh, you don't need to eat anything with a carb. No, that's not true. But, it's just her portions are the problem. And, why you started your channel, the misinformation. I see stuff in chats, and I mean, I almost just want to tear my hair out. I'm like, no, that's not right. That's not, and I usually don't say anything.
Right.
But she can have that stuff. It's just the quantity she eats.
Right. And unless your doctor has given you a different diet that might be particular to you in your type 2 diabetes or your type 1 and your specific journey that you're being managed. Okay. And so that's why we say not everybody's the same. But on the idea of a diabetic diet, it's really not anything but portion control and understanding how many carbohydrates that you are including in your meals in order to know how to help manage these blood sugars. So yeah. All right, keep going, Chantel, because you're acting all, like brand new out here with everything.
Well, it's natural sugar, but it's still sugar, yeah. That's not good.
No.
It's really hard.
No.
It goes over 20 to call 911 immediately. I feel fine.
What type of food should she eat?
She can eat anything.
Should I try it again?
Just controlled portions.
Start with some water, yeah. I mean, I drink water all day long, right? Because of my thing.
I guess my point with the brat diet is it's so carbohydrate and fruit heavy is that I would be concerned about how much could she eat of that. Do you know what I mean? In a day. So it's not that she shouldn't, or diabetic type 2 could not have that diet. It's just that Chantel is in such a bad place. She needs more dietary monitoring because her sugars are not well controlled.
Yeah.
There's 388 on the stream, and she's drinking water thinking she's going to dilute it. I'm sure that's her mindset as she does this. That's just I'm diluting my blood sugar. No, you're not, girl. Not like that. Or this is her polydipsia, one of the two.
Yeah.
Not that I'm not enjoying a tea over here today. So let's see when she checks it. She looks very unhappy.
Well, I don't know. I don't know if like I use this alcohol swabs that would take anything away if there was like any residual sugar or anything. And when I woke up, I washed my face and my hands, and I did voodoo and everything. So
what is she talking about? The alcohol wipe taking off the residual sugar?
Yes, because she said she had watermelon juice on the table. I guess she hacked up a watermelon on her table, and she was saying there was that juice on the table, and she thought she got it on her fingers. And so when she pricked it, the watermelon juice made her sugar higher, but she had the alcohol wipe.
Well, why didn't the table get cleaned if it was making a mess after the watermelon? That's my first question. The second thing is no, that's not the reason for the alcohol wipe. She said the reason. No, Chantel, the reason for the well, maybe it cleaned your finger, but the reason is that you have to clean the area so that when you go to prick your finger, you potentially won't cause an infection or bring dirt into your finger as you go to click into that thing and shove like dirty stuff into your skin, into your epidermis area and your dermal layers. And then you're supposed to squeeze it, take off one drop because alcohol contains sugar and it could, askew the reading a tiny bit. Take that clean, wipe that blood away, get a second squeeze of blood and use that to check your sugar. That's the way to do it, Chantel.
Seal makes a good point in the chat. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. If you have diabetes type 2, make sure you're getting your kidneys checked because, if you've got the kidney disease, a lower protein diet is what you need to be on. So, make sure if there's any of the type 2s out there, make sure you're getting that checked so your little poor kidneys don't get lost in the mayhem. But, she needs to be on a lower protein diet.
Right. And I must admit, when I had my dialysis patients who could be diabetic too, and in cardiac rehab, I'm like, oh, Lord, I don't even know what to tell these people to eat. I don't know what to say. You needed to see the registered dietitian is what I used to say.
Well, that was, my job in the dialysis unit was, because when you get to that point, when you're on hemodialysis, it's all about the protein. You have to eat an enormous amount of protein. And like I've said before, probably 90 to 95% of people in there were type 2 diabetics with high blood pressure. That was the cause of the loss of their kidney function and why they were on hemodialysis. So, every month they do the labs. We called them the report cards. I went through every one of them. You have, because of the phosphorus buildup, they have to be on binders. They have to take a special vitamin. I mean, it's a lot, but I had to go to every patient and sit down with them on that report card. And I say, I know you're not taking your binders, and you're talking about people who are, we've talked before about economics and, they don't have a lot of money, for food like that kind of stuff. And, so far as oral supplements, what was it? Is it Nepro? Was that the one?
Oh, yeah.
I think that was the only one. Well, it's astronomical. Right. So, but yeah, I mean, there, you have to look at all that sodium, potassium, phosphorus, their albumin levels, all that kind of stuff. And so, yeah, but I'm just telling you, that's not 90 to 95% of them in there. That's why.
Right. And it's hard to manage and it's, and it becomes overwhelming for patients. And Chantel looks overwhelmed. I'm going to let Chantel keep playing. And while she plays, I have to run my dog down to pee real fast. So I'm just going to let her talk. She's probably going to check her sugars. And then I'll let you then say whatever can happen. So I'm going to just disappear. So I'm going to come off the stage and you're going to be on the stage on yourself. And I'm sorry, she's just going to play. So then just, make your comments. It'll take me 2 minutes with the dog, but I don't want to kill the stream like this. So, all right. So I'm going to take me off the stage.
Yeah. I'm going to go back to the doctor that was looking over me and prescribed me the medication I'm to take. But I don't have ketone strips now. I read the alcohol can affect it and to use second drop then or wash with soap. Yeah, really?
Oh, y'all are so nice.
Is that really Pete's? I don't think it would be Pete's. Corey and Eleventi. Hi, everybody. Scrape Goat. Is that really Pete's? Someone check, because I'm not saying hi to a fake Pete's. Pete's, is that you? Can anyone check? I don't know. Venna. Okay, if it's you, it's you. Okay. Hi, Pete's. Wow, you've never, like, ever come into one of my streams. Welcome. Listen to fake Pete. It's really him. He's real. Okay, okay. I don't know, Kimmy. What do you mean code my... You know what, guys? Let's just... I'm going to read the manual and just see what happens there. I got to take my meds, but I usually have to take them with something to eat, and I'm not hungry. I want to eat this plum. Whoops. There's like a wrapper from the thing. I can't eat plums. Hi, Melly. This has to be a troll. Okay, Rich Lux and Pete's randomly in my chat at 444. Babe, 444. Okay, I should what? Go wash my hands and do another test? I don't get it. I don't want to do another test.
Have I missed anything at all in that time, Cheekbones, or is she just complaining?
No, Pete's came in the chat and Rich Lux came in the chat, and she couldn't believe her sugar's so high.
Okay, so nothing changed.
No.
Is she going to do her sugars again? She is, Sam. So we're going to let her do it one more time, and then we're going to go see her latest video, because we don't care about Salah showing up, do we?
No, I can't handle him.
No, I can't either. And though I love Howie and Howie's cute, we don't do Salah. Okay, so she goes off. Looks like she washes her hands again, and then she's back in. Okay, so let's catch up there. My dog's done her business, but now she's hanging outside for a minute because it's nice out.
Wash hand with soap.
See if she does a better technique this time. You got 1 out of 10 last time, Chantel. And that was 1 for just because I couldn't get to 0 on the scoring system. It's like a Google
I'm sick
review.
of it.
How's she sick of it already?
I'm seriously sick of it. This is concerning.
Uh-oh. What do you think about that language? I'm sick of it.
Performative.
But I feel like
I'm sure she's
like
sick of
she's
it.
already done with trying to take care of her health. It's like, girl.
If you're
Like-
sick of something, change it.
Right. I think I'm wondering, I'm sure in some fantasy mind of Chantel, she was going to be off and traveling with this good looking guy or whatever. And here she is just slowly eating and, gaining weight and becoming more unhealthy.
Yeah. It's a waste of strips at this point. I agree, Eloise. She does absolutely nothing to change, and then goes, "Oh, I'm sick of this." Oh, well, just clip it, clip it. If you're not going to do anything about it, then don't say anything about it.
Right. Saying how people shouldn't be rude. Yeah, he's said all this. Yes. Yeah. Salah has no space to talk about rudeness.
No.
We won't be watching. We won't be watching him. Don't worry. 1,000%.
Catherine Thomas.
Oh, Catherine. She's so funny.
That leather bar.
Catherine, you always have to check Catherine's comments in my comment section because she's got a very good sense of humor.
Gosh.
Everyone here has a great sense of humor. You guys all crack me up. It's probably why I'm not looking at the chat too much because I would be all cracking up on stuff. I'm trying to be serious, professional over here.
I
Trying
can't
to
help
show
it.
I have compassion.
I'm
Sorry.
addicted to the chat. They are so funny and witty and clever. I'm addicted to it. I can't take my eyes off of them. Anyway.
I know. I literally have to come away from the chat because otherwise I don't watch enough of what Chantel up to. And therefore I can't actually react to anything because I wasn't watching her. I've had that happen to me. So I actually have to kind of steer I'm so sorry, guys, that I steer away sometimes from the chat because you guys are too good, and then I get lost, and then I don't pay attention to this young lady shocked with her blood sugars, and she's already sick of being sick. Girl, welcome to the ride because you're gonna have one heck of a one. She's not even hit that fairground yet. Mm-mm. I think it comes out worse, doesn't it? She looks very perplexed. Just like the holy S moment. Oh.
Oh, jeez.
I know. Both of us like, come on, girl. Do it on the side then.
She thought.
Oh.
22.
Oh, that's even worse. Oh my gosh, girl. Now you can't blame it on the watermelon juice. 406.8. And she said she washed her hands, so she should be, technically clean for check. Girl, that's what your capillary blood sugars are telling you, okay? She needs an ABG stat. I need to see her arterial blood gases immediately, please.
Really?
Oh my gosh. That's really high. Over 400 now. All right. Let's see. What did she say about
what the
this?
hell? 22.6. That's
not
insane.
funny.
I don't know. But it's been high like that before. Like a few times.
All right. The denial is real in this one. Let's go now. Is there anything else interesting to see in this video? I don't think so, was there?
No. Well, other than Salal comes out and takes his blood sugar, and it was 5.
Okay. So 5 converts to, let's see, 90. So
yeah,
he did a random blood glucose because it's not fasting, obviously. So it was just be called random. And he's within normal range.
Yeah. Yeah. So her, which is more in the next video, alluding to, oh, it was wrong. The new meter was incorrect. I guess I'm gonna have to go back to my old meter, but it wasn't incorrect.
No.
The only reason it was lower when she went to the doctor is because she took her Genumet.
Right. And she had a little activity before getting to the doctors by moving herself to the doctors.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And so, yeah, Chantel. And now I'm going to be taking my medications consistently now. What do you mean you haven't been taking them as prescribed? How do you expect stuff to work?
Mm-hmm.
It's not like one day I feel like it, the next day I don't. Doesn't work like that. Not once you start to damage your health like this. This is just such bad information. And thankfully, your chat is smarter than you, Chantel. Thank you for that. I can't even imagine what the chat was saying. Oh, well, this is the first comment I actually see. It says, it seems you flat out refuse to face reality. And I think that's an appropriate comment. Okay, let's get to the one that she did today. When she finally gets to the doctor, we're finally getting over to the doctors because you know how we can just pick old Miss Chantel apart over here. We give her no grace at all. All right. Okay, here she is. See, look at this. What is this?
Yeah.
Why is she putting 430 there? Why is she putting that?
Clickbait. I mean, it's just, get views.
Darn. Okay. She doesn't look good though. Okay, let me go back. Oh, sorry. It's picking pictures to my thumbnail. All right. Okay. Oh my goodness.
See? Way off.
Does she not understand that blood
very high? I retested it after a nap and it was like.
Do you not understand that blood sugars fluctuate?
No. If she does, no, but she's gonna
Denial here.
Come up with 1,000 excuses, and even try to negate or normalize what it is, and that's the dangerous thing.
Right. This is what I feel is dangerous from her too, is that she is now saying to herself, no, my machine's not right. I've now gone to the doctors, it's just so much denial here. Chantal, your machine was perfectly correct. That's what your blood sugars were. I mean, I know you probably didn't calibrate the machine just to double check that it was working correctly. So I guess you can still come out with an excuse, but in all reality, Chantal, oh my goodness. So I went to the doctor about my hyperglycemia. And I guess finally this is why I said I think she might have been scared enough to want to spend some money to get something to take care of this blood sugar. But she took her medication. Let's keep going. Yeah.
24. So I'm going to the doctor now. Hi guys. So I just ran into the bank and it is like 48 degrees Celsius or 118 degrees Fahrenheit right now. It's just the beginning of summer. But actually I don't feel too bad. I'm not sweaty or anything, but like I'm in the AC, but my house is so cold that when I come out, I feel like, the heat, it feels nice. So I'm going to the doctor. I'm going to get a full checkup and I don't know whatever else they're going to recommend, but I'll keep you guys posted. I know a lot of you were very concerned. I'm actually really concerned. I wasn't expecting my blood reading to be that high today when I took it. I was like,
is concerned a word you would use?
Well, and the thing, and they mentioned in the chat, Salad comes out there and starts berating her chat because they were concerned and saying stress can increase her blood sugar. Y'all need to chill. And I was like, she took those blood sugar, the first reading. Nobody said anything. Nobody knew anything. So why was it 21.6 off the jump then? Right. I just, if I had one time I could reach through a screen, it'd have been that time.
I can't even watch Salah. He's so annoying. So I just skip that.
Yeah. Just to say, do you need to chill? Y'all are, no, you need to say, get offline. We're going to the ER. We're going wherever. So, but no, just say, y'all are stressing her out and that's making her blood sugar high.
Sounds like he's been fed with some of Chantel's theories of blood sugar elevation to me.
Yeah.
Like, oh, well, it's because I get so stressed and, oh, girl, it's because you don't exercise, you don't eat properly, you don't take your medications as prescribed. That's why. And then she's always got the doctors. Somehow when she finally goes, it's to confirm that she's not as sick, really. Like the doctors think she's fine. She's a specimen of health. Mm-hmm. And the thing is, they're not going to manage her. They think she's going back to Canada to see her regular doctor.
Yeah.
They're probably trying to figure out why this lady who's a tourist has got such uncontrolled blood sugars and what's she doing in Kuwait.
Yeah. And I don't know, they might have to report. If you have a tourist that comes in that's a medical emergency, they might have to report it where they can track them. You know,
Right.
it would seem very plausible to me.
I would be curious because I do know that they are concerned about people using their medical resources in Kuwait, from what I'm reading. That's why they put such high price tags to foreigners and stuff and people from out of the country. So that they're not having medical tourism, basically.
And that's probably why she can't get the Ozempic or Mounjaro, is because, you know, if you are a citizen, it's probably free. But being a tourist or like Salah, a resident, I guess he's a resident, but, you know, it's still going to be astronomical. That's why.
Right. And they're not, they don't understand. Why would they be giving this medication to somebody who's there on a tourist visa? Why aren't you getting this from your doctor at home? And that's the biggest thing, is she's on a tourist visa. They're not going to be prescribing her anything for long-term care. Because they're not going to be her provider.
Yeah.
You don't.
Delulu makes a good point. I was just thinking about this a while ago. If that lift in their elevator in their building, I don't think that would accommodate a stretcher. If she has some kind of event, you know, like medical event, and they had to come and get her out, you know, what are they going to do? Delulu says a crane out of the window, but which is funny. But I mean, in all seriousness, how would you get her out of that apartment? Because my memory of that elevator was, you know, she is short, but to get her on a stretcher and get her in the elevator to take her down.
Yeah, they would have to banana slide her down the stairs.
Yeah.
They'd have to literally get one of those slides and probably slide her downstairs.
Yeah, and then, but you know, that'd
be the only way to get her out.
And the time, you know, if it's something
that
take
time is of the essence.
Yeah. So anyway,
there's no stretcher in the, you know, these aren't places made for hospital equipment.
Yeah, they might have a service elevator. Sill's right. They might have a service elevator.
Right. But then who knows the size of the service elevator and the size that she needs? I think it's down the stairs on a stretch on a banana slide.
Yeah. Who knows? I mean, I'm just saying. Anyway, that was just a good point. I was thinking about that actually.
Oh yeah, I've wondered too. How, if she had a medical emergency, what's going to happen? How do you afford this? Who's coming? And she just, and then now, oh no, my blood sugars are good. That machine was just broken. No, the machine was fine, Chantel. It's probably the first thing that's actually giving you an accurate rating, because the other one probably doesn't do anything for you. Keep going.
Yeah.
Like expecting it to be like 10. I don't know. I haven't been eating and I was fasting and I'm down 15 kilos. But
now it's 15 kilos. I thought it was 10.
Oh no, it's 15. It's 15.
She does not look good. This is not an attractive look for her. The line.
Oh Lord.
The lying is not a good look. It's just not. And she doesn't look well. And then her please go see a dentist. I beg you. I guess her skin cleared up, but girl, this skin does not look healthy. This is not the face of health. This is not a beauty that I'm seeing here. A lot of foodie, not
I don't know.
beauty.
I guess it's just unmanaged. Like I haven't been taking my medications properly. That's my problem. I really can't stand the way the metformin gives me digestive issues, but it's just too bad for me. Like I can't muck around anymore. Like I'm beyond an idiot for ever doing that, not taking my meds properly. So from now on, there's no way I'm missing anything, and I'm going to listen to the doctor 100%, and we'll see if that makes a difference. So
all right, let's check our poll to see what the audience is thinking at this point. We've had 586 votes. Thank you guys so much. I really appreciate that. The chat is going off the chain. If you haven't had a chance to like and subscribe, please do so. We got the wonderful Cheekbones taking time with us this afternoon because I knew she wanted to roast Chantel about this.
Could you feel it all the way in Virginia?
Oh, you know, I was getting those vibes. And I'm trying to be, obviously, because I'm trained to be a psychiatric mental health nurse practitioner, trying to show a level of compassion that Chantel needs to have from a mental health provider. But no, Chantel, I'm not here to treat or diagnose anything with you. And neither is Cheekbones. We're here just giving education, informational stuff only. But so far, actually, I asked, do you think Foodie has had a wake-up call with her blood sugar? Which she said at this point she's going to be consistent with taking her medication. Don't you just love that as a provider? To hear that, how she's been willy-nilly her diabetes medications.
Oh, well, I knew that. I think we all knew that.
Oh, we all did. Anyone who believed that she's been consistently caring for her health is lying to themselves as she is. And so far, only 3% think she's going to change.
Well, there's the optimistic people. There's the half glass full people.
Yes, those are obviously Chantel's supporters coming into my chat at that 3%.
Yeah.
Or just for the heck of it, like, yeah, girl, you rock it. And 97% agree that there's a binge on the way tonight. So
yeah, and it'll be. I mean, she's eating, period. But you know, to put it on camera, it'll be a few days. But she always does this. Boo Squeezy was right. Made the comment. How many times? You know, we've heard all this before, and it'll be, or she'll give the pretense of it for maybe a week. But that'll be it. And it'll be right back, you know, because not doing the mukbangs. I don't know if she's still. I think the mukbangs were in correlation to feeders' request, but that's a big part of her money. She doesn't, if that's not coming in. So that may too be a reason, secondary reason for this arc.
Right.
Is she's got to pick the views up.
Right. I know. She's been really not, I mean, she still gets, you know, obviously more views than my little tiny channel, but she, you know, I don't think her views are that great. I think the reaction channels are eating up a lot of her views.
Yeah. Well, I won't raw dog. Never have, never will.
If you look and Foodie Booty up, I promise you're going to find 10 reaction channels and you'll find her buried down there somewhere down below.
Yeah.
Which is where we need to keep her. You know, you know, she needs to be, you know, called out, because this message to anybody who thought that Chantel was here on the glow up is obviously learning that this is just a lie. I mean, she's not somebody who doesn't care about her health at all. Yeah, she needs to wake up with a 6-pack ab in the morning.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, do I wish she'd stick with it? Yes, of course. But, you know, she's not going to. And, you know, being on the internet is her, I know it's her only form of income. Probably what could only be her only form of income. She can't do any, she has no viable skills or, you know, well, she couldn't be an employee in the real world. But that chat, constantly, be it trolls or enablers, all they talk about is food, and you know that's so they're not setting her up for success.
Right. And Bella makes a good point here about the woe is me health hogs for pity and money.
Yeah, right, Bella.
FSG has a post on a community chat page asking for help. What's going on with FFG? What's going on with FFG? Or is it Foodie asking for help? Who's asking for help on a medical
problem?
Okay, well, we'll take a look at that. I'll take a look at that privately when I finish the stream. Thank you for giving me heads up, Unicorn Farts. I definitely will take a look at that. You know, and obviously advise her to probably see a healthcare professional because that's what I do. But yeah, okay. Well, that's worrisome. Okay. Now I've got worried about somebody. You know,
I know. I love FFG.
Oh yeah. I mean, me too. She makes me laugh so hard. I shouldn't, but I do.
Oh, look, this one's, Chantal gets me so wound up, and then I can watch her, and it just like I funnel my anger through FFG, and I feel so much better. I don't know, a secondary venting or whatever.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I can understand, having watched Mr. Snowflake's video recently, why she would even be more hot-headed towards her. So, I can understand part of that dynamic and frustration. And this person just out here just shamefully lying, and it just kills me, because she just eats up the resources. And Eloise is made a good point, that she's just worked on setting up a system in which she is tracking people who are non-compliant with diabetes medications, because it's an enormous cost. Then, especially for systems where you have nationalized healthcare systems, and it's like you're pooled community money as a nation together, and you've got people who are going to just waste resources because they can't stay compliant. They don't care enough to care about themselves. They're going to pity me and poor me and woe is me out here, and do the least to care for their health. I don't understand that mindset.
I'm reading FFG's community post.
Okay. What is she okay?
She was diagnosed with C1, is it esterase deficiency, which causes hereditary angioedema.
Oh.
She says she has swelling all throughout her body, including
Right.
her internal organs, even in my head.
Oh.
Swelling around her lungs.
Wow. Oh. I am so sorry to hear that. Oh, that's gonna
I'm
make me
not
cry.
familiar with that.
No, I'm not either.
I don't know if Eloise is.
She should see a specialist. Absolutely. I think whoever she has that she's able to see, who is specializing in that area, I would have to see if it's, who is the angioedema. I wonder who is the specialist for that.
I don't know.
She
says she's tried all the medications, and they've
I would look to see if there's any trials happening in any types of teaching hospitals. I would be looking for pharmaceutical trials, or any type of trial or research trial for that. Like, I would look it up, and I would just look anywhere, even if it's outside of Canada. I would just look for trials, because that's what I told my stepfather to do, because he was on diabetic. Diabetes. Talking about Chantel, but for his chronic lymphoid leukemia, he needed CLL. He was supposed to be on one medication. Gosh, it slips my name. But then they put him on a newer class of drug called Sprycel, and he just did not respond to that drug at all. And I think it was Gleevec was the first one. You probably know these drugs, Eloise. And I think he most people can be on that drug for like 10 years, and he couldn't stay on it at all. Like, he wasn't responding. They tried him on the newer drug. He wasn't responding to that. And so my recommendations then, because I actually spoke to some people for oncology at NYU Langone, and they said try to look for any trials at that point.
Yeah.
So that's what I would recommend that she does, is try to find out who's doing research on this.
It's not FFP, it's somebody else. That's what they're saying. I don't know. Let me look again. They're saying it's not French Fried Girl. It's, I guess, somebody
else.
In her community.
Okay.
Yeah. But, this community is a great community, be it professionals or just people that know somebody or have had it. It's a good resource to tap into.
Right. Yeah. And certainly that's what I would recommend if it's sort of like reach that, that you're seeing a doctor, that you've tried the drugs and you're not having, because not everybody responds, and Eloise can back me up with this. Oh, the Meg says, exactly like I said, asking those you're comfortable with, but I don't think it's wise asking your YouTube community. Correct. Yeah. I think, the best thing to do is, you need to go to your provider, and any provider, if they had found that you've not been responding, would probably start to recommend clinical trials at that point and looking for those and seeing where those are at. There's one at Mount Sinai Hospital. Are they doing a trial there? That's okay. That's okay, Lacey. That's all right. The CS, she's struggling to find a drug to help and would be so grateful for any help. Yeah, like I said, I would definitely recommend doing, and I can put something in her community tab, that just to look for any trials that they're doing, any new research that they may be doing something new. And that's a way, or seeing what could be off label, and that might be being what's in a trial. So you're just not always a member of a community. Okay. It's still a member of the gang. Okay. But that would be how I would suggest it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Especially at that point. So never lose hope. There are trials, there are other things, so just not everybody responds the same way to medications the same. They're like, they don't work the same in everybody's body. And that's why it's good that we get more trials so we can find the ones that work for these folks, because it's not always the same. All right, back to Chantel. Sorry, we got off a little bit off track there. Sorry about that.
I apologize.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah, I'll keep you guys posted anyways.
My dog, because it seems like she's causing the neighborhood. Uh-oh, what we got here? Oh, let me hold the results. Take a look. Talk about these results real quick.
Patient stopped. What does that say?
I'm sorry. Come on in, Jimbo.
Something 1 week. Can y'all read what the it's been so long since I've read any doctor's writing. I used to Mech Lab.
Are you guys, and let me know if she bothers
Eloise,
you.
can you see what that is? Patient stopped.
I just get worried about it getting too hot out here after all.
Med Lab.
Come on, Boom. Come on, let's go get dinner. Let's get a snack.
Something 1 week.
Come on, you want a treat?
Stopped medication. Oh. What's
I gotta give Junebug a treat because I promised her. Oh. How's her blood pressure looking? Because Eloise was curious.
Ecom, what does that other thing? What does it say underneath that?
Okay, so what we got here? Patient stopped. What's this?
Ecom said it was medication, but I was trying to with all of our electronic charting, you didn't have to read doctor's writing anymore, so I'm a little rusty at it. But I don't know what the other word is. Something 1 week.
Yeah, patient stopped, and I don't even know. MECLAB?
Well, but it may be a D.
Okay. Oh, Medlab? Medab? Patient stop Medab? Metclab? Metclab? Is that? Maybe it's MECLAB? And it's an abbreviation for something?
It may be medication. I was trying to, it wouldn't be the generic.
I don't know. Eloise, is that ringing any bells to you? Patient stop medication. 1 week. Okay. Okay, so he's basically saying that she's been off her meds for a week.
Okay. Dizziness and giddiness.
That's what she came in with complaints of.
Giddiness.
Isn't that like uncontrolled happiness?
Yeah. Well, but they're right. The chat saying there's not a date on it.
Right. And giddiness, that's not, that's very strange.
But you know, when she went in there, why would the complaint be dizziness and giddiness? She said she wasn't dizzy. She said, no, I feel fine, I'm not dizzy. Why wouldn't it be possible hyperglycemia? Because
Right.
she's taking her blood sugar.
Right.
She's not coming in there complaining of dizziness and giddiness.
Right. I guess she did start to feel dizzy. She didn't say that in her chat.
That
She
don't
lied.
make sense.
But the giddiness, is that a direct word from Chantel? Because we know that's
Or an
not
observation. But yeah, I mean, why would you would go in and say, I took a home blood sugar, or my glucometer says it's 22.6.
right.
You know, so I would think that was what you would put in complaints of, not
Well,
dizziness and
sometimes when
giddiness.
they come into the emergency room, it's what they say, like complaining of a toothache, headache. It may not be medically accurate. It's just what the patient walked into the emergency room with as their initial concern.
Yeah, but would you, if your blood sugar was 22.6, would you go in there and say, I'm having dizziness and giddiness?
No, but
you'd
I'm
say,
not
my blood sugar
Chantel.
was 22.6.
I'm not Chantel. And
Well,
I
I know. I try to make people rational, and
no,
they're not
I think she probably started to feel dizzy. And giddiness, I think that was just a misinterpretation of the word. You know, or maybe she said giddiness and they just wrote it down because she doesn't know what giddiness means. Just sounds like something that Chantel would have told them and they just wrote it down and complaining of. But the diagnosis is coming as hyperglycemia.
Yeah.
Because she's not going to be honest. Remember, she thinks her machine's broken.
Yeah,
The
and
machine is not working because why would her blood sugar be that high? Come on. It must be because the machine is faulty. It's not because her body is faulty.
yeah. Well,
Or maybe she thought this would get her seen quicker.
giddiness and dizziness, I don't know.
I think the giddiness.
Hyperglycemia wrong.
I think the giddiness is this. They literally wrote down what she said, and I think she said she feels giddy because she doesn't really know what it means. I think this is what Chantel told them.
She might complain of prettiness, cat.
What was that? Complaining of prettiness? Being the best looking girl on YouTube? Yeah, hyperglycemia can lead to an altered mental state. Yes. So maybe she walked in and maybe that's what they saw was her being giddy. Like all excited and stuff. Finally seeing a doctor. I know. Giddiness in a medical context. I know. That's why I'm like, so it was like, it must be verbatim from Chantel. Okay, Chantel. So we get, oh, well, she's got good O2 sats. I'll give her that. She's 100. That's good. Blood pressure, like I said, this 80, this feels controlled to me.
Yeah.
You know, if you were a healthy 130, you'd be sitting at 76, you know. Yeah. It just seems odd.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Maybe she took her blood pressure medication that day. So she got a 16.6. Is that her red blood cells? Or that's the blood sugar reading?
Yeah, blood sugar.
Okay. So 16.
Yeah, I thought it was red. I read it when I saw it, even though it's an S, I thought red blood cells. That's right. When I first saw it.
I was like, that's a very strange lab for a red blood cell count. There's still 306, so it's nothing to be excited about. It's still over 250, and for most people could potentially put them into DKA or HHS or one of these, you know, hyperglycemic types of conditions, because it's pretty high still, Chantel. So I don't know why she's showing that off. And then she doesn't even, do we see the results in the clinic? Do we see more? Let's see.
No. Yeah, that's it.
Okay. So she's hiding her weight in other labs, her hemoglobin A1C or anything that would actually tell us anything.
Yeah.
after 1 week. Okay, patient stopped medication after 1 week, I think is what they're trying to say here. Okay. And medication, nothing. She's got nothing here because it's patient stop medication after 1 week. So what's this antibiotic and all this stuff she was supposed to be taking?
Yeah.
Because wouldn't that be listed here?
I would think.
What was that performative pill she took the day before?
Vitamin D.
I don't
know what it was.
Not medication. No, but let's be honest, because what we read here is that she's not taking her meds, and there's nothing here.
Oh, good.
Because wouldn't they have put in here metformin, Janumet, or any of the medications she would have been listed on, rather than writing this?
Yeah, Miss T pointed out her temperature because it's in that foreigner's Celsius I didn't recognize. But yeah, I guess that's normal.
Yes, I would think yes. I think 37.1 is normal. I'm used to I just yes. I don't think she's have any fever. Yeah, no infection. Yeah. She looks stable here as far as her, basic hemodynamics. Obviously, that blood sugar is still outrageous, and she's giddy as well because she's just so happy to be in Kuwait.
This chat is killing me. I'm gonna have to take the chat off my thing. Y'all are just killing me. I can't. I'm trying not to read it, but
the patient presenting a complaint with giddiness. Quick, get him to the bed. She's too giddy. She's way too excited to be in this ER. Get her out of here.
Oh gosh, y'all are just killing me.
Yep, normally it automatically lists the meds. Hey, just mom life, come on in. Yeah, Cheekbones is awesome.
Hey,
come on in. Yep. See, Eloise, our pharmacist, says that would be just filled in. Why is everything else coming in and not the medications? Because the thing that you have to do as the nurse is reconcile that med list. And often you get handed a bag filled with pill bottles. And that's how you got to reconcile your meds.
Mm-hmm. That's why the nurses love me. I take no medications.
Yes.
And they're like, "Are you serious?"
Me too.
I don't
nothing. Vitamin D prescribed by the doctor. That's it. I don't know what milligrams or how many IUs. I think I'm supposed to be anywhere between 10 and 50, depending on how low I am.
Yeah, I just take a multivitamin. That's all I do. I don't want that Ziploc baggie full of pills. I don't want it.
Gosh, it's my favorite thing to reconcile. Is when they just come in with the Ziploc baggie of the pills and say, "This is what I take." Great. Now I gotta sit here.
The gallon bag.
Reconciling the meds. You did. That's just so much fun, isn't it? Reconciling those meds. They must have been. The nurses were probably so happy to know they had nothing to reconcile. It's patients got medication after 1 week. That's what that's saying. So I wonder if Chantel ran out of her diabetic medications that she had brought with her from Canada.
No,
she just wasn't taking them.
She's got bucket loads of them. She hadn't been taking them.
Right. I know. This tells us, was she on this antibiotic that she keeps talking about? Because they would definitely want to list that down.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just Chantel, you tell on yourself. Always, girl.
Mm-hmm.
That pill that you were taking, that was that big pill. Was this a big old vitamin D tablet or something? A big old calcium one. Something. Potassium, maybe. I don't know. No, I'm just teasing. Those things are huge. All right, Chantel. Results from the clinic. She won't say.
Hi guys. All right, so I'm just back at home sitting by my window here with my clock in the background. So just to update you guys, early this morning after Fajr, maybe like 4 or 5 in the morning, I did a live stream. I was fasting.
I always forget that Chantel tries to tell people she prays.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
She still got that going. I almost forgot that was part of her identity because we're out of Ramadan now. But she still had her Ramadan decorations up. Gosh. She's still filtered here. That's what's so scary. And she doesn't look healthy, but she's filtered. This is not what she really looks like, people. Just saying. I understand this is making her eyes bigger than they really are.
She is red.
Yes, she is. And her skin is very orange peely looking. She's got bad texture. Like here, the texture, like, girl, this is your rosacea is being exacerbated here. Really bad.
Blood pressure.
Yeah. Well, her blood pressure looked okay, but maybe she took a pill before she went to the doctors. Maybe she put everything in her before she left.
Yeah.
This is not going to help you, Chantel.
Oh,
I mean, it does, but not in the respect of the doctors really finding out what's wrong with you.
For some hours, the last time I ate was the day before, around 5 or 6 p.m. And so basically, I did my fasting blood sugar, and it was my glucometer said 20.
It's okay, June.
So actually, I learned today because they tested my blood at the clinic today, and my meter is off. So I'm going to read through the manual and see if there's anything I'm doing wrong. I don't know, but anyway, so.
Do you hear that excuse? That it's her, she needs to read through the manual to see what's going wrong with her glucometer. That's it. I mean, maybe she did need to calibrate it ahead of time because that's usually a good plan. But, most of the time, if it's new like that, it's probably going to calibrate as accurate. Where is this denial coming from?
Well, because she got a lower reading, middle of nowhere. So she thinks 16 is a decent reading. Yeah. She's like, oh, it's not 22, it's 16. Oh, danger averted. Oh, crisis. Oh, no. It's okay.
It's 200 over what would be recommended. So where is this denial? The denial is huge on this person.
Yeah. And like Miss T said, Salah was 5. So what is he? What's his blood sugar? 2?
Right.
1?
It must be nothing. You must have 0 blood sugar.
Yeah. In
order to that, she's just living in a denial. Probably because she's not eating anything in between. Well, we know she's not regulating her blood sugars in that respect at all. I mean, that's beyond, hers, but it's the denial of the machine not working. It's rather than, understanding that, girl, your blood sugars were that high. You ended up having to go to the doctors because you knew it was critically high. You go to the doctors, you've probably taken your Janumet finally, or, maybe just a little bit of activity lowered your blood sugar down. But it's not that far down. It's still 300. It still require a short-acting insulin in the hospital because it's over 150. So I would be on a sliding scale with you.
Yeah. Well, she has said multiple times through the years that she wakes up at night and gets up. How many live streams have we seen where she's at 2 o'clock in the morning cooking 3 and 4 packs of Indomie, that she wakes up and eats? So you're going to tell me she didn't eat anything from 5 for 12 hours, right? Asleep or not? I don't believe that.
And Eloise brought up a good point that people will starve themselves before these labs are drawn and doctor's appointments to think that they're going to get, better lab results, suddenly. Like, let me just change it for a day. So I don't get those scary lab results. And that, fasting labs do work to a certain extent. But what she didn't show us was her hemoglobin A1C. And that's going to tell us much more what her full picture is of what her blood sugars have been doing for the last 3 months. Really is regardless. There's, the other one is more to know if, how well you're managing it. But the real picture is the hemoglobin A1C. And she's not said that number.
Yeah. Well, she's not the type. She's not going to starve herself before a doctor's appointment. If she went in and her blood sugars are high, she go, oh, well, I haven't been taking my medicine because it makes my tum-tum upset. Nothing comes between her and that food. Right. I'm just telling you. I with her, now I'm not saying other people don't do it. Yes, I'm sure they do, but we're talking about Chantal. So no, mm-mm.
Right.
Yeah,
It's like perfect
go-to.
go-to sap. It's like, did you get somebody else's like discharge paperwork, Chantel?
Yeah.
I know for somebody who's on a CPAP, that's a pretty good two sats because she wasn't satting like that when she was in Canada. She was satting at 92 at that hospital.
Yeah. 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 The A1, that's I don't know about other factions of healthcare, but with us dietitians, that's why the A1C, it's always like, they can manipulate the poo out of you, but that A1C ain't gonna lie. So
Exactly.
you know what they're doing.
Exactly. That's why I don't put much stock on her sitting here doing these performative blood sugar readings and stuff, Chantel, because your A1C is really going to tell you the full picture, girl.
Yeah.
And we know that number going to be off the charts.
Yeah.
Well, Angel of Glasses got hers at 5.4. Well, you go, girl. Yours is in normal range. I love all these great blood sugar A1Cs and stuff we're getting over here, and all this weight loss and all this good stuff going on.
I know.
That's awesome.
Maybe Chantal needs to pay attention when she watches you.
I don't think she does. She just likes to put, comments in the chat about, I need to understand how hard she's trying. Under her Sarah Lee sock account.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Chantel.
I got freaked out by the number. It was like in the 20s. It was like 21, 22. So what I did was after getting off live, I was like really freaked out, and I was just like, I'm gonna rest some more. I'm gonna sleep some more. So I did that. When I woke, I took my blood sugar again. It was like 24.
Oh my God. So she obviously had it eating, and as the 2 hours kind of go past from her food, her blood sugar is slowly creeping upwards. It's my fault. That blood sugar was not too far after her having ate. Maybe an hour after she ate. And then if she took it an hour later or something, I'm not surprised it went up even further.
She took it when she thought it was going to be low, because she said, I can't believe it's that high. So, I don't, whatever she does, hocus pocus she does, she thinks it's going to lower the number. Be it, I do not believe she didn't eat for 12 hours. No way.
Right. And she could still have so much free blood sugar that's just floating in her blood cells. It's got nowhere to go at this time.
True that.
She could go with something, because she's so hyperglycemic. 300 when she probably was working hard for that. That's not good. It's still not good. She is just in so much denial on this. It's huge. The more I watch this, the more I realize she is in massive denial on this disease.
She's been told all of it. That's why, it's her life. She can do with it what she wants.
Absolutely.
I just, like you, don't like her getting on this platform and normalizing a blood sugar of 300 and something. That's my gripe.
Me too. Because this is horrific numbers. This is organ damaging numbers. This is just, and then the denial to blame that the equipment is not functioning because you got one different reading in a doctor's office. Did you look at your hemoglobin A1C? Did you get a full picture, Chantel? You probably did, and you probably don't want to share that. Or maybe they didn't do it because you just went into a clinic with dizziness and giddiness.
Yeah.
Into an urgent care.
Yeah.
How are they going to manage this? And you were like, okay. I went to a doctor's. They told me I'm 300. Okay, the machine wrong. And then what did she say? She woke up with a 24? Is that what she said? She 432. I think that machine is probably pretty accurate, Chantel.
Yeah.
Because it actually looked like a half decent machine, and people were finding it here in the States, in different parts of. So it's obviously, a brand that's well sold. It looked like a nicer number of strips. It had the checks for the calibration, so you could check the high lows. with your little, I can't remember the name of the little fluid bottles.
It was 4.5 star rated on Amazon.
Okay. That's excellent. And so I have a feeling, and from the looks of it, that machine probably is pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
Chantal, this is what your blood sugars are. Stop being in denial and trying to tell people that it's machines and this, that, and the other. You need to address the mental health part of this denial.
Excuses and weeds grow without cultivation. I had a junior high teacher tell us that one time, and it has stuck with me all my life. Excuses and weeds grow without cultivation. And that's what it's going to be. It's always going to be excuses.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, let's finish this up. Miss Cheekbones needs to get to her family and her dinner.
Which isn't accurate, but so I have to preface by saying I'm supposed to be on a medication that is like a metformin medication, but it's combined with something else, and I'm supposed to be on 2,000 milligrams a day, so I'll take it twice a day.
Okay.
Especially when I'm sick, I wasn't taking any of my medications, and I want to say that I take.
So she's saying when she got sick, she stopped taking her medications.
Well, I found her medications, plural.
Right.
And she said she was taking her antibiotics. So what other medications is she talking about? Is she talking about that stuff she was drinking, the alkaline stuff, or, what? But no, it wasn't just when she got sick. She's admitted multiple times in the past that she wasn't taking that medicine.
Right.
That Genuine. She's admitted it.
And I guess that's the medication that she told the doctors she had stopped for the last week.
Yeah.
Because she wasn't feeling well. And they didn't list any antibiotics down.
Yeah.
So who's to know if she actually is taking an antibiotic or not.
Yeah. She does have a yellow hue to her.
Oh, yellowing looking, like jaundice?
Yeah.
Oh, and this swelling, girl, we keep telling you. This is Chantal, and this is her filtered, and she still don't look good.
Full responsibility for this health episode, because if I stayed on my medication, I'm sure that this wouldn't even be an issue. So, I haven't been taking my medication, my diabetic medication, for a long time, so that's my fault.
What are you laughing at?
Responsibility. And
because when she was taking her medication, she still had high ratings.
For some reason, I can't, and I'm in.
I know, because she doesn't control her diet or exercise with it. So how does she expect these medications to perform?
There has not been a time since and I cannot remember when it was, she went last year to the endocrinologist and got this. But the blood sugars when none of them were ever normal. None of them.
No. I don't think she understands they're never going to be the same number. It's not like you're going to wake up every day at 200, Chantal.
Oh, no. So, I mean, it's my fault. I wasn't taking my medications because you need to be on insulin.
Right. Because I had a bad tummy and I came off my medications for a week. This is why it's all gone to pot. No, sweetheart. It's been going to pot for a long time. You know that. You're in denial. We've seen you eat just incredible amounts of rice since you returned to Kuwait.
Yeah.
Just insane amounts on what we've even seen on the mukbangs.
Yeah.
It's getting outrageous.
Well, somebody had asked her one time or chat, why don't you just do healthy mukbangs? Like eat a hubcap of lettuce. And she said, I don't like that food.
Right.
So, now she's talking about, well, I'm going to eat healthy. And she'll probably try to slide in at first like, oh, this is a healthy mukbang, but give it a hot minute and that'll be over.
Right, because she's not dealing with the actual crux of her issue, which is her, relationship with food and her addiction to sugar and salts at this point. And it's strong, Chantal.
Yeah, I take full responsibility. Well, who else is this going to be? Right, Unicorn?
And she doesn't take responsibility, though, because she's trying to say that the machine isn't correct. So what responsibility is she taking?
Yeah.
She's taking zero responsibility. Zero. So still, this is not her rock bottom, believe it or not.
No.
Chantel's rock bottom is literally, and it's probably, you know, fortunate that she did not get up and did not exercise with those really high blood sugars, because yeah, you were much higher for cardiac events and strokes, sweetheart. And so, yeah, we would tell you not to. It's the one time I would say to a diabetic, don't you dare exercise.
Yeah. Well, when they're doing her fistula surgery, she might have a wake up then, but it'll be too late.
That or the foot's off, or the toes are gone.
Or she's had a massive stroke.
Yeah.
Or pancreatic cancer or liver cancer. I mean,
yeah, or the heart just says, "Oh, screw it! I'm having a heart attack. I'm done. My LAD is 100% blocked now."
Yeah, I'm checking out of this bourgeois motel. I'm out of here.
Right. It's just like those arteries are just like there's nothing. There's no blood flowing through here now. They're completely clogged. Yeah. Especially with the diabetes. I mean, her metabolic syndrome's off the charts. Sorry, girl. Jeez. Just, you know, I know we're getting to the weeds of the medicine here, but this is how sick this person could be potentially. This is what you would look at, you know. Cheekbones would have to see this, and what could I do for this person's diet with all of this going on? I'm just going to be horrified at how uncontrolled she is as a nurse, and just be like, oh, I feel so bad, and be like, gosh, this person's a hot mess.
Yeah.
Because you know when people are compliant and care, and you know when people aren't.
Yeah.
As much as you want to think you can fool the numbers and jiu-jitsu this mentally is not your problem, Chantel. You're still not taking responsibility.
No. And I mean, you know, I'm sure there's a lot more compassionate RDs out there. And it's not that I'm not compassionate. I just choose to focus my energy on people who want to change and are dedicated to that change. Right. You're just taking my time away from somebody else I can help that's sincere about it.
Right. And that's what I kind of see with people like Chantel who come in non-compliant into, you know, healthcare systems. It's like, oh, great. You're the reason why we pay so much on insurance. Because you can't take the time to, you know, care for your health enough. And it's everybody else's problem.
Yeah.
And people don't see it that way. Oh, I pay my insurance. Yeah, we all pay for you. Thank you very much.
Exactly.
You know, thank you for not thinking of the rest of us in your, you know, life choices, you know, and the respect of Chantel, you need to get some mental health help, you know, because you cannot address this on your own. You really cannot.
Well, until and I'm sure Funny Girl could talk on this way better than this dietitian can, but until she's ready for it, it's no use. And I don't know that she will ever be ready for it.
Nope.
You know, she doesn't want to admit, again, some form of defeat or inadequacy. You know, no, there's nothing wrong with me. No, I've been to a bunch of therapists. No, you haven't.
Right. So, she's never done real therapy.
Yeah.
And sat and really addressed what are her mental health issues that are, one, leading her to obviously overeating, and secondly, to denial. I mean, it's like, oh, what we got here? Who's being silly here? Who's being fun? She gave you your first patient, Ray? Oh, goodness, Cat C.
There you go. I'm booting her off to you, Ray.
Oh, my goodness.
Buckle up, Buttercup.
Luckily, she does not live in Virginia, Cat C. Hopefully she won't move here anytime soon, because I don't think I could cope with Chantel. I don't know. I think she would take my compassion out of me. My empathy would die with her.
She needs some Thorazine and a white jacket and be institutionalized somewhere.
Oh my goodness. Definitely inpatient away from the fridge. No, she definitely needs to sit and the denial on this machine though is what's killing me today. It's wild. Okay, let's finish out because we all need to get to dinner, Chantel.
Capacitated, but I'm not. So basically, I took a pill after, when I was on live stream, after I saw how high that was. So I took a pill. And then I woke up, I said, okay, you know what? I said, I'm going to go to the doctor, the emergency.
Because you love that medication management right there, don't you? My number's high. Let me take my Janumet. Not let me take it as prescribed twice daily with food. No. Let me just get a shocking high reading and suddenly realize I need to take my medication.
Wrong, because it was 16.7 at the doctor's office. Oh, I took a pill. I took my medicine, before I went to the doctor. Can she not connect those dots that, well, it may be lower because you took your medication. You took 1,000 milligrams of Janumet.
Right. And then you said supposedly you slept and didn't eat.
Yeah. I mean,
so that would lower it.
No, it's wrong. My new glucometer's wrong. That just automatically defaults to that. It's not my fault.
Right. And that means she's never going to pick up and use that machine again.
No.
Which means, again, she's not going to be checking her blood sugars, which again means that she's going to suddenly think she doesn't need to take the Janumet anymore. And then she'll start feeling really like shite again. And because her hyperglycemia is, kicking her ass at that point. And then she'll, begrudgingly, use that machine and see it's high and still think the machine's damn broken. See Salah sitting at a 3, but, it's only broken for her.
Mm-hmm. Not
for him.
Yeah. But Eloise, that's why it dropped. She took her medicine.
Yeah. So, she's like, she's not connecting any of it because she doesn't want to connect it. That's the denial for Chantel because she's fine now. She did everything right. All right, let's see how she's going to be a medication queen now.
Clinic if my blood sugar is not going down. Maybe I need insulin or something like that. So I ended up going to an emergency clinic, and they tested my blood right away, and
they heard you were giddy.
They wanted to make sure. I told them what my blood sugar was.
They heard she was giddy. She must have come in just like la 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 when she went into the clinic. All excited to be there. I'm sorry. Chantel, that giddiness complaint is going to be with you forever.
And I said, no, I feel okay. I'm just a little bit dizzy. So, which could also the heat. It's very hot today. So anyways, they sent me to the nurse station and they tested my blood and it was 16 and not 24. So, so she asked me if I'm supposed to be on any medication, and I said yes, and I let her see all the notes from the previous doctor I saw because I went to a different clinic today. And she said,
that's very telling.
What did she say? She's supposed to be on a different medication?
No, she said she went to a different clinic today.
Oh, okay. Well,
she said she brought her notes from the other clinic. So I'm thinking the only notes she could have brought were the one from the endocrinologist in October.
Yeah. I don't.
And she has to go to different clinics because she can't keep going to the same because she's a tourist.
Yeah. I don't think she took anything, but she just said, I'm taking Janumet. My doctor in Canada put me on it. I don't.
Right.
Yeah. Because, she's not going to throw any flags up.
Right. Because she needs to not let them know that she's there just getting medical care because they have very strict policies about their, like, anybody applying for a visa and being with their health. They really have, it's not like Mexico where all you had to do was like be cleared for tuberculosis.
Yeah.
That was like the only health check when I was getting my immigration papers in Mexico was like chest x-ray, tuberculosis free. That was it.
Yeah.
They are much more intense in Kuwait about their health requirements.
I mean, why would you go to a different clinic? Why wouldn't you go to the clinic that's got all your notes and history? Why would you? I mean, the urgent care here, I've gone to the same one for, years before I moved to South Carolina and since I moved back from South Carolina.
Right.
Because they have all my stuff there.
Right. And I use urgent cares that are often connected with my healthcare system because, again, they have access to my information.
Yeah.
If I ever need it. It's very rare. I've only ever had to go to them for PPD checks for the tuberculosis again.
Yeah.
That's the only really time I've ever had to go, but I go to the same place because I tend to go for the same thing, which is the PPD checks. So yeah, this again, should highlight that Chantel does not have a provider in Kuwait. She is on a tourist visa. She is not being monitored. She's not being watched. She's not taking care of her health. She's just all of these things.
She may be running from the money. She may, I'm sure the other clinics and follow up. She was supposed to follow up with the endocrinologist after a month, and she never has gone back.
Right. But I wonder about that too, because why would a clinic, when you were on a tourist visa somewhere, unless she said she's going to be touring for a month? Because in reality, they're not going to be trying to follow up or provide any type of medical care to somebody who is not a resident of this country, especially in Kuwait.
Yeah.
That's why she has to go to an urgent care that's, probably a different place. So she doesn't have a record of being seen at these places.
Yeah.
Because why are you here in October and now you're here in end of May? 6 months later, why are you still here?
Yeah. Or why have you consistently been here since, what, a year and a half ago?
Right, exactly. She's, this is the picture that Chantel doesn't really want people to see, because then it destroys the soap opera dream of the romantic relationship with Salah. But it's a problem because she can't get proper medical care this way. Anyway, let's go. We're almost finished up now. We're almost done with this horrendous person. We're almost done.
A few days that the numbers are not changing once you have the medication
taken her to
back in your
pieces.
system, after maybe 4 or 5 days, then if it keeps going up and up, then yeah, you go to the emergency again. But she said she doesn't think it's dire emergency because I haven't been taking my meds. So if I take my meds, my blood sugar levels won't be what they are, is what they suspect. So so I got more prescriptions.
What do you think to that comment? I heard you give a sigh there, Cheekbones. What do you want to say?
Total just bullcrap. Taking it, air hyphens. Her blood sugars were still high.
Right.
No, I mean, if she made the deal, hey, let me give me a month. Let me do it with my diet and this medication, oral medication. Let me come back in a month. We'll retest. We'll see what's going on. Then, and she had consistently that month and dropped till it got to somewhat of a normal range. But that's not what she's done. So, these places, like you said, they're not trying to cure her. She's a tourist. They're not gonna do any type of deep intervention with her. She probably said, "Oh, I just haven't been taking my meds."
Right.
And okay, we'll take your meds. Bye.
Right.
Bye, Felicia. Bye. That's it.
Right. I think she was hoping, potentially if she was too high, that they would give her some insulin and bring her down.
Yeah. But,
they're not even going to do IV fluids like they do in the Canadian hospitals, sweetheart.
Yeah. Well, here, I mean, of course, she didn't go to a hospital. She just went to a clinic.
Correct.
But, I mean, here, if I pop down to my urgent care and my blood sugar was 380 to 400 and something,
where are they going to tell you to go?
If I don't have a driver, they're calling an ambulance for me.
Correct.
And taking me straight to the ER.
Absolutely.
That's what's going to happen. So,
absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So she's not, if she was taking them regularly back the first time she went, her blood sugars were not where they were still elevated. They were still very high. They were in the 200s.
Right. And 300 is still too high to exercise safely.
Yeah.
For a diabetic.
Well, and for all her other stuff she's got going on. Yeah.
Because
So-
she has heart issues that I'm aware. I've heard she has an enlarged heart. So with her, and the history of PEs. So it's really not, it's to do with all the comorbidities that she has, that she's more at a risk were she to exercise. So every case is different, but obviously I want to express to people who are, think, oh, you're telling her not to exercise. When you have somebody who has as many comorbidities as Chantel has and histories of PEs and all these different things, when their blood sugars get this high, obviously the risk for stroke or cardiac events are increased. So it would not be recommended. And Chantel is still in that red zone. So for her thinking she's all cleared away at this 300 in the 16 now Canadian and UK style blood sugar readings is wrong. Sorry, the Jets are fine. Let me keep going, Chantel, because we're almost done with you.
My medication, and
I mean,
I'm
really,
just gonna stick to it and see what happens. Like, so far it's going down. Like it was higher, right? So, well, according to my machine, but anyway, 16 is lower than what my machine read. Now, when I got home and I tested with my machine, it said 20 instead of 24. So I don't know. My machine is a bit whack. So I'm just going by their machine, I guess.
Does she not think that she ate something, or is she just starving all the time and she, then her blood sugars went back up again? Because she's got very poor insulin, her insulin in her body.
They stopped and got something to eat, Ray. They did. They stopped and got one of those.
Absolutely.
Like quesadillas or whatever. Yeah. Yeah. She stopped and got one of those on the way back because she was starving.
Right.
And so there you go. Because
she hadn't wanted to eat because she probably wanted those low blood sugars when she went to the doctors.
Could be.
And so now she's hungry and she's not going to confess to anybody. And so now the reason why she's saying she don't want this machine because she don't want her audience asking her to bring it out again.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And I feel like this machine is accurate. I didn't feel like the other glucometer was very accurate for her, but I have a feeling this one is.
Yeah. That's probably why it was broke. She chunked it and probably got a bad reading and threw it. And that was it.
Right.
Yeah.
And this one is close to hitting the wall now, too.
R.I.P. glucometer.
Yeah, because it makes sense. She went out, she grabbed something to eat. She's come home an hour or two later. Whoa, guess what? Your blood sugar up there, girl, because that's how it works.
Yeah.
That's the best way to check it is you eat a little bit of like 30 grams of glucose or whatever, check your blood sugar 2 hours later, see how your insulin responds. Well, it looks like yours is doing shit.
Well, Sandra makes a good point. Why didn't she take it to the doctor, her glucometer, and say, hey, can you help me calibrate this?
Right. Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Ask the nurse. Is there anybody who can, or even looked at the tutorial online? No.
Yeah. Well, since apparently she can't read instructions, maybe they weren't in French. Maybe she needed the French instructions. Maybe that's
right. Because she is expert French. She is bilingual.
Yeah.
She's absolutely, she got to get that juice in. Yeah, she stopped to get one of her juices. Oh.
Is that true? Did she? Or is that just you being facetious, Sandra? Did she really stop getting juice?
We know she stopped and got something because she ate because she'd been starving. This girl is not going to mobilize in public and not get food.
Well, yeah, Billy.
They being out of the house.
In diabetic education, but she doesn't go to any diabetes education.
Oh, heck no. Diabetes education. Ooh, what's that? I'm joking about the juice. Kind of, yeah, but it's a good point.
Well, Sandra, it's not out of the realm of possibilities.
So, absolutely not. She's got, what is that one that she likes to get? I don't know. There's all sorts of, just this girl. You're your own worst enemy, but you know that. But, you're taking so much responsibility at this time. Keep taking responsibility, Chantel. All right, girl, you got 5 minutes left.
My machine, if it's like, it was 24 and now it's 20. So it's still going down on my machine regardless, even if it's like, I don't know, there could be many different factors. I don't know why it's not testing properly. It's a branding machine. But I don't really have much else to report. Like,
oh my God, the mental gymnastics on this woman. The mental gymnastics on this machine that she just cannot understand her blood sugar's fluctuating. It's got to be the machine. How am I 21 minute and an hour later I'm 24 and then over here I'm 300?
Yeah. You know, there's really no excuse, you know, even if she doesn't have access to a dietitian or a CDE or, you know, you get on the YouTubes, you can, from, you know, a reliable source, and they can teach you all about that stuff, you know,
right.
And even your diet and all that kind of stuff, where she would have far better of a knowledge of what she needs to be doing. But that's yeah. But she's that's if she does that, she can't say, oh yeah, I've had education. I've watched a bunch of YouTube videos, you know, from the Mayo Clinic or John Hopkins or wherever, or, you know, a reliable source, because they'd say, why are you not doing it? Right. You know, so she has to stay in this level of, oh, I don't know, like Chicken Little, oh, the sky's falling, or, you know, being stupid. I don't know. That's my theory. If she doesn't want to be educated on it, so she can just blame her ignorance.
Right. And I like this, what Ecom Journey says. Is this all a show? She ate to get the 400 blood sugar and to do it live and be surprised to avoid the snowflake drama.
Yeah.
And the drama may be around Charlie Gold too.
Yeah.
Because she always throws out a pity me health talk anytime she's causing drama, correct? She's
yeah.
looking herself. Absolutely great for life. You know, it's busy work having to go around with your sock accounts and drop stupid comments and in other creators' chats and comment boxes.
She shoots stars.
Yeah, it's very good. I think, blah. Yeah. Yeah, she's thinking, and then House of Hannibal, come on. She's very performative. Oh my goodness. But the machine is broken. Oh my God. I'm gonna have that. I need to have that as a soundbite. It's the machine's not working, guys. It's brand new, but I don't understand why the machine don't work. Worked fine on Salah, girl. All right, finish this out, Chantel.
Again, this is all my fault. I'm not being responsible with my health, and it's very, you know, I'm sure infuriating to watch. But I'm never missing another pill. Like, I realize how dangerous diabetes is now. Like, you know, like I said before, I just always thought I just always had more time, and I'm just been very irresponsible. And so
we don't mean to laugh as providers, but we've just heard this one from Chantel many a time, haven't we, Cheekbones?
4 years, and I'm sure there's probably some here that heard it for 7 years. So, you know, yeah. I mean, really, you can go back and watch old stream. She says the same thing.
Oh, yeah.
This is my wake-up call.
Where is this in the cycle?
Look, that cycle, we're like clipping off at 10-second intervals now. This cycle, I can't keep up. I'm getting whiplash.
She is just, girl, you had this exact conversation in October of last year, where supposedly when you went to the endocrinologist, it was your big wake-up call. And since then, you've had 2 ER visits in Canada. Which says nothing got woken up except your appetite again.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, Pat Ray. Yeah. But the addiction psychology behind the weaponized incompetence. I like that. Right.
Yes, because that is fascinating to think about, you know, because there is that's what I've talked about with her sad fishing. You know, getting out there and, you know, bringing out her health issues and trying to get, you know, garner sympathy from an audience for a greater purpose at the end of the day. And whether it's to deflect from her bad behaviors, her problematic behaviors, from her striking Goose Chuck's channel through her Chantel and Salah account, you know, all of these things that she does, the snowflake, with all the stuff that's come out about just the toxicity in her relationship with Dom at the time is really bad. So I mean, we're not saying her blood sugar is not sitting this high. She knows that always. And now she's using it as clickbait with her audience because she knows this is going on.
Yeah.
And she knows the diabetes drives people insane.
It's driving me insane, and I don't have the diabetes. So
I don't have the sugars either over here. But when I went to the doctors, they gave me the sugars. Have we heard that before?
Yeah.
Always Sal. Have you ever heard that one, Cheekbones? I didn't have the sugars until I went to the doctors. Doctor gave me the sugars.
Yeah.
Have you ever heard that? I heard that a lot. I've heard that a lot. Chantel got given the sugars. She's not responsible. Yeah, cluster B. Oh, girl, she lives and swims in cluster B, I'm afraid. Just speculating. Obviously. She lost her gallbladder at 17. So she's had 23 years of warnings, lost multiple organs. Yeah, she's literally lost an organ. 2 organs I can think of off the top of my head. And none of it is ever taken seriously. This denial and narcissism. One day I'll just wake up and I'll have a 6-pack and I'll be glowing like Grace Kelly. All right, you keep going, Queen.
So many ways. And with my health, you know. So, and that's the one thing you should not muck around with. That's for sure. So,
I don't mean to laugh. Yes, Chantel, should never muck around with your health because you're such a steward to your own. I'm surprised Women's Health magazine hasn't gotten in touch with her to do a front page cover yet.
Really?
Yes, because she's the epitome of a health journey over here. And Chantel, you do a really good job of encouraging other people actually to be on health journeys. You just don't do your own very well.
Yeah, that's true.
You have helped so many people, Chantel, and for that you should be proud and grateful. So you do good work, girl. You really do. It's just not the way you think. All right, keep going. We're almost finished. We're running out of steam here. We got to finish this up. We've been here 4 hours. We got to go.
Which is very...
Stolen's cheekbones for our family tonight.
Hold on, I got to show you this.
Uh-oh. There's little Julia.
Cat deflection. Cat deflection.
Vaccinate your cat. Have your cat fixed.
Yeah.
Spay and neuter your pets.
Anyway, I'm going to definitely not eat fruit for a while. Maybe some berries or something like that. Something with a low glycemic index. And I would have to say...
Did she hear something about berries?
You know...
Did she read that berries are a super antioxidant or something? Is there something new that I need to know about berries? Is there something on TikTok about berries? What's this?
Berries are lower on the glycemic. Some of them are lower on the glycemic index.
Okay. Which ones would they be? Which would be the better ones?
I think like blueberries, strawberries, maybe raspberries.
Those are my 3 favorites, actually.
Yeah.
Oh, those are my favorites. Oh, I love raspberries. I love raspberries. They're one of my favorite fruits.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah. And Eloise, we've already we know that fruit is fine. We know.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's to do with, some fruits have more carbohydrates than other, and there's certain that obviously they're fructose. So it's good to know what is the portion. Like a really big banana, have half of it. You can store half of it for tomorrow in the fridge, You don't eat the whole banana, Yeah. I even, if I get a big one, will put it in half because it's too much. Even
Well, I
for
think even
normal-
like watermelon, I think it's, if I'm not mistaken, I have to dust off those brain cells. I think a 1 1/4 cup is 15 grams of carbohydrates. So, you know, that's a good amount of fruit. Like I said, it's all, if it's in your count, what you're supposed to be having at what meals, what times. Yes, you can absolutely have it.
Right.
So,
And that's the conversation with your endocrinologist or endocrinologist, as we like to say it here, or with your registered dietitian if you have the opportunity to sit down and get a meal plan or get to a diabetes education session at a local healthcare where they might have 5 or 6 classes at community building educating people on diabetes because they want to keep you out of the emergency rooms, guys.
yeah,
They,
yeah,
you know, despite everyone thinking that healthcare, even here in the United States, is just here to make money, I promise you, we want to keep our type 2 and type 1 diabetics healthy and out of the hospital.
yeah. I don't get paid. So, you know, most of my gigs are free. I'm not making any money. So,
Right.
you know, a hospital has to have dietitians. They may
Right.
pay, but I don't get anything, you know, unless I do all that Medicare stuff, and I ain't doing that. I ain't about
Right.
all
And
that.
that is a nightmare. And
Yeah.
obviously, I'm not a big enough channel to even send you a Starbucks card because, you know, I'm having to ask people to buy me coffee over here as a grad student. Gosh. It's gonna be fun and not, but I'm gonna get through it. Because I actually feel well enough to actually think, oh, I could take, because I'm probably gonna go back to nursing part time just to get a little bit more income at this moment because I do need to make more income. Unfortunately, the loans just aren't coming my way, and I don't have any co-signers, and I wouldn't ask anyone to co-sign a loan for me anyway. I'm like, I guess my house with hundreds of thousands of dollars in equity is not enough of a security. You rather just have some random person's signature. Okay. Didn't ask me if I had any equitable assets, But anyway. All right. And I do not want to sell my home to go through grad school. So I just got to bite the bullet and go back to work.
Yeah.
All right. But not full time. I'll tell you that much. All right, Chantel. I think private duty. Come on, with complex patients is what I'm probably going to be doing. Because I can make good money part-time and I just go to one patient's house and take care of their lines and their vents and all the trachs and all the fun stuff that I love to play with because I actually do enjoy that part of healthcare. And kind of that's really, PICC line dressing changes. I love all that. I kind of miss that part. So if that's all that's what my focus is on private duty nursing, really, as the RN, is really for me to go and perform those, necessary licensed interventions and little, things that we have to do for, care management of the patient. And I like that stuff. So I could do that a couple of days a week.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because, and then I might look to getting a position over at the psychiatric hospital since that's what I'm specializing in. But I like the idea of the private duty because it's very flexible. All right, Chantel, keep going.
No bread, like none. So yeah, as for eating, I don't know. I mean, being on medication makes such a difference, but there's definitely like really sugary fruits and stuff like that. I'm cutting that out. I was eating a lot of fruit because when I was sick, that's what I was craving, like really cold, juicy watermelon and stuff, which is very high in sugar.
And see, that's where I think in the States, because we're not a nationalized health system and people have different insurances, it's really up to healthcare systems to feel generous out of their pockets to have these community sessions and to have diabetes educators.
Yeah.
Because that's not something, I don't know how it works because I guess, with getting reimbursement for registered dietitians. And that's what all American healthcare systems are about is reimbursement.
Yeah.
So I wish we had a system like that here, don't you?
Our focus is so much on the back end, treating the illnesses that are established. We need to be primary, not secondary or tertiary in
Right.
being proactive.
Right.
I mean, to me, there needs to be nutrition taught in schools. I mean, starting in, you know, junior high minimum,
Right.
and teaching, you know, just basics of nutrition to these kids. And so when they get out, they can make better choices. But
Right.
yeah, you know, there's only so much, you know, you can do. And when I was director at the hospital here, I've said before, I had all kinds of classes and did free one-on-one counseling, and you know, and it was all I could do. You know, I managed the, you know, I was over the kitchen, I was over the nursing home, I was
Right.
doing the cardiac rehab, but you know,
Right.
we never charged anybody anything.
Right.
So they don't do that now. You know, I left to South Carolina, and they've got contract RDs, and they just come and sign their name on something and go.
Right.
So
Right. And it's very hard sometimes because I think, you know, I was trying to work with one for my cardiac rehab and I just couldn't get anybody. It was like, well, you have to have, you know, 4 diabetic patients who all want to come and talk to me or something. And I could never get 4 together at the same time. So they kept graduating. I'd be like 3 diabetics, you know, I'm like, and I kept asking everybody, the head of nursing at the hospital, who do I get in here to do diabetes education? Because they got rid of all our diabetes educators during the pandemic. And I was just like, who do we get? Who do we get? And all the RDs, as you said, were contract workers now, just like a lot of the physical therapists sometimes, the OTs. A lot of people don't realize we'll see these people in the hospitals and they're not hospital employees.
yeah. And, you know, even if they are, a lot of them, you know, they just come in, throw you a piece of paper and said, you need to eat more vegetables. And, you know, and that's not the kind of RD I am.
Right.
So,
And that's not helpful for the patient, really.
no, absolutely not. And a lot of stuff gets, you know, it falls through the cracks, and RDs can, if they're good and they pay attention and they research their, I mean, what is your patient going through, reading the H&P and labs, you'd be amazed at what they catch. It was stuff I caught.
Right.
Diabetics in not receiving, they were insulin before they came in. There's no insulin given. There's no nothing.
Right.
You know,
and I've
and
been fortunate to meet these types of registered dietitians who work along with pharmacists and the actual doctor, especially in neurology, when I was working with children with seizures and we're having to go on keto diets, specific, you know, feeding tube keto diets, you know, to get them into to ketosis for their seizures. And it was amazing that this registered dietitian was working along with a pharmacist and trying to get this. I mean, it's a lot more complex. This is why, you know, the fitness trainer and the nutritionist is not the same as when you're actually listening and hearing a registered dietitian do their plan. All right, let's keep going. We can let everyone get to dinner because it's getting late, and we're just gonna let Chantel play out because I'm sure she's gonna keep throwing her own self under the bus, and then we'll let ourselves get to dinner because it's getting late. And my dog wants to bed.
My medication, so that's a recipe.
She's eating the bone at the moment.
So I know a lot of people are going to have a lot of opinions, a lot of suggestions. I'm following what my doctor says to do right now. You're welcome to your opinion. Keep it respectful, you know. And that's
yes,
all
Chantel.
I mean, that's
always. Yeah, you know, keep to your opinion. And the thing about the educating the kids is very important because a lot of them think it's funny to eat like hamburgers like 5 in a row or something, and it's not funny, kids. Because that's when most of the damage is being done to your cardiac system. I'm just going to give you a heads up. Not as fun. It's fun when you're young. It's not so fun when you're Chantel's age at 40.
Yeah.
And living in the denial that your machine is broken, that you just bought, that was brand new, that worked perfectly well with your husband. And then her talking about keeping opinions. It's because she knows already that she's a lying denialist here.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, respectful means just don't say anything about it. I don't want to hear anything helpful. I just want you to, you know, smooch my booty and tell me that I'm great. That's all I want.
Right. And poor me, poor you. We're so sorry. Yes, that machine must be broken. Queen, you're a skinny legend. You know, you're the prettiest girl on the internet. I just said that for you, Chantel. Do you feel better? I stroked your ego.
Yeah.
Yeah, but responsibility is not her middle name.
What else to say? I'm sharing this with you. I don't know why I was dumb and shared my blood sugar. I didn't think it would be that high.
Yeah.
Let's go test with my old machine. Okay.
Yeah, that says it all. Because like now people really know my blood sugar's out the wazoo. Poor cat, dreaming of her life in out of captivity. She's like, just where's my family? Why haven't they got me yet? Please come save me.
If I had some thumbs, I'd be out of this bitch. That's all.
Every time the door cracks, she's looking for the escape.
Absolutely, I would too.
She's just always staring at that window like, God, how did I end up in here? I used to be on the streets, man. And I was happier. Not even the air conditioning is making that cat happy. And I'm sure it's chilly in there.
Yeah. It's very chilly.
She's like, oh, get me away. She cannot stand Chantel. Okay.
So yes, I have my stand. Oh, all right, so I have my old machine.
Oh no, the broken machine.
She said she didn't have the
but
things for it.
No, isn't that convenient? She found some new strips. And I hope she understands she can't use one strips from the other machine because it's calibrated to those strip skills. That's why that machine looked good, because it actually had like the little piece, that piece she took out. Those are what gets the strips to calibrate to those strips.
Mm-hmm.
It's important to have that thing. That's the thing that you got to load up when you're getting those strips, and make sure the strip numbers match. So when it, you know, reads your strip, it says, yeah, okay, I've calibrated to this. Girl, you're bringing out the janky old machine. And you lied about it. All right, let's see what she does.
I miss it. I like this machine better. I'm going to use it to see compare what they're reading with the new machine versus the doctor. So my new machine, I just tested my blood with this when I came in before starting this video. It said 20.
20.
Well, okay.
Oh. And if this machine's broken and lower, she'll be taking this one.
Yeah, absolutely.
So 20 is 360. So she's, you know, and she's probably starting to panic because she's like, shit, I'm on this Janumet. Nobody's going to prescribe me Mounjaro, Repatha. What are some of the other ones? Obviously, Ozempic, Wegovy. She's not going to get any of those. She's not getting any of those. She's going to get 360 blood sugars and wishing she was in Canada. Let's see how bad the old machine worked. Yeah. What if it...
Now, the doctor said 60.
And you brought up a good point, because she obviously lied about the strips.
Yeah.
She always tells on herself.
Yeah, and I wouldn't doubt that this old one historically gave her lower readings, and so she's going to stick with whichever one gives her the lowest reading.
Right. Absolutely. God only knows what Salah's pharmacist sister is giving her. I mean, whatever they can recommend that she can get over the counter, probably. I don't think his sister's that interested in trying to save Chantel, though, to be honest.
No,
I don't think his family... I know that everyone knows that Salah has a sister who does this, and in most functioning families, they may be there for you. I don't see this as a functioning family that gives a shit about Chantel and her health.
Yeah, amen.
So let's see what this machine says. If it's like something else, I don't know. My finger. Dry. Make sure it's dry.
And the thing is, if this machine doesn't have the testing things with it, How does she know it's calibrated? She's not checking the machine to make sure it's reading the blood sugars accurately, which is what you have to do with glucometers.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, she can get all happy and giddy about this machine because it's potentially not working right. So how is that helping you, Chantel? You're looking for the machine that's going to give you the number that you want to see because you don't want to see the real numbers. Denial is just how do you help these patients until they take care of their mental health? There's very little that you're going to be fighting to try to get the physical health fixed until she can figure out why she's in such denial.
Yeah.
I mean, look at the smile on her face at the thought this machine's going to give her a better reading.
Yeah. Oh, this is going to be better.
That machine is just broken. You know?
Spin the wheel, Raggedy Man. Spin the wheel.
Yeah, let's see what she gets on this one because I think this machine's broken. This is the broken machine.
Okay.
It's not calibrated.
It's just the screen that's like cracked a bit.
Sounds like an infection risk.
I don't even know if it's gonna work. It's like really. Oh, screen doesn't even work anymore. That's a shame.
Good.
I don't know what I did to it, honestly.
Good. I'm glad it doesn't.
Well, it's time to say goodbye to that machine. That's for sure. All right, guys.
I'm kind of glad it didn't work.
Yeah, me too.
Because
But she probably tried to stick some of the new strips in that machine. You know, who knows? But
that's what I'm saying. You know, there's a lot that these machines do that they calibrate to each other. It's not, you know, especially when it comes to blood sugars, because they want to make sure that you're getting an accurate reading. That's why that one probably had a 4.5 because it looked like a full kit. It had a nice number of like good amount of strips in there. It looked like 4 or 5 months of strips. I don't remember. Was it 5 or 6 in there? It looked like it had a lot of strips. And 30 usually in the container. And then it had the calibration to do the high and low checks on the machine to make sure it is reading blood sugars correctly, Chantel. There's a way that you can check using those testing solutions to see if your machine is properly calibrated. Why don't you get out and do that and show people how to actually calibrate a glucometer rather than saying the machine's broken?
I think when I came home, my first thing would have been to read the instructions, calibrate my glucometer, get all that squared away, not jump on a YouTube to make a video. That would have been my first thing. Oh my gosh, if this thing is not right, I need to make sure I've done what I'm supposed to do. That would be my first thing when I headed in the door.
Right.
But not, let me put this as content. Let me monetize my uncontrolled diabetes.
Right. Let me get people to feel sympathy and pull me my sad fishing with my blood sugars, literally. I'm sad fishing with my blood sugars. I want, poor me, feel bad for me, you know, because I need to deflect all the criticism that's going to come my way from the Mr. Snowflake documentary, from calling out Charlie Gold like just a fool on my community tab, and for striking Goose Chuck's channel.
Yeah.
Because she's done 3 really, you know, there's some, her ragey behavior is there under the surface.
Oh yeah. Well, she's
got to take away from it. And so she thought by performatively doing her blood sugars that, you know, she would get more poor me. And what she finally realized is you're hyperglycemic as hell.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And you need to be taking your medications. And you effing around with it is doing your body a great deal of harm. But she's not going to change because she'll be doing a mukbang in 3 days.
Yeah.
All right, let's finish her out and let me see the poll and let me get us all out of here because I'm long in this stream, Miss.
I guess that's about it. I don't know what else to say. I'm going to read the manual on my machine, try to get it to work because I need to be able to test right. So, but yeah, like this is, you know, something I have to be diligent with and take my meds. Anyway, thanks for watching, and I'll see you guys later. Okay, bye.
All right, bye, Chantal. Okay, get rid of her. Okay, I just was thinking of the time, and I so appreciate your time tonight, Cheekbones, and all of you who have been here in the chat. Strips have expiration dates, absolutely. And when you open it, you're supposed to date it and put it from this date to this date, and after 30 days, they're no longer viable for use because you've been opening and oxidizing your strips.
Yeah. Oh well.
Ah, she's so, I cannot believe this one.
Yeah.
This one is almost the most irritating thing I've ever seen from Chantel. Actually, Cheekbones.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, like I said, when I went into her chat and offered her my help free, and if she didn't change, she wouldn't be here in 5 years. And she just said, "Yeah, Sonia, I know." And that was it. And I was like, that any smidge of sympathy can eat you up. That's
right.
it.
Right. Yeah, because she, you actually took the time and the effort and the courage to reach out to somebody, and she really has no interest. I mean, it shows through her lack of interest in her therapy. Oh, my mental health is corrected now. I saw a therapist for an introduction session. I'm good.
Yeah.
Oh, my machine, she's never going to calibrate that machine. She's never going to bring that machine out again. And she's not even going to want people to ask her about the machine soon.
Oh, she'll just say, "I tested it. It was, what she perceives as a normal range, but it'll be way lower than it actually is, or she just won't test it anymore." We've all been here.
It's just some really bad information. She could not have given worse information about using a glucometer. I think about the time that my neighbor, Sam, thank you for the super chat for the coffee fund. Oh, Sam. Oh, thank you. I promise you, I'm probably going to have some coffee after this. I know my dog wants to be taken care of because she's been very good, but it's getting to her dinner time. So that's why I know I need to. She's journaling her feelings. Oh, absolutely, Gonzo. We know she's a journaling queen like Amber Lynn. But I just remember when my neighbor got a brand new glucometer, and he ended up, asking me, because he'd just been newly diagnosed with diabetes. And this is what this gentleman did. He asked the nurse in the neighborhood, who he knew, who was me, to come and help him figure out how to use his glucometer. And we sat there and we looked through the instructions. We got it calibrated and we did the checks for the highs and the lows. And we did all of that because that's what people do when they care. They don't show up, like I said, on the live stream.
Yeah. Yeah.
And now she wants to read the manual? Girl, how long have you been checking your blood sugars? How do you not know how to use a glucometer?
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's just step one. You read your instructions.
Right.
Or watch a YouTube video.
Or just, oh my goodness. Or at least be honest that you're, going to walk them and read them through everything. Set up a glucometer with me, make it actually like an educational video, where you've taken the time, you've looked at the parts of it, and now you're going to walk an audience through actually setting up a new glucometer. That would be content.
Yeah.
Because this is obviously a popular machine. It's got good ratings. So there's people who have bought it and might be considering purchasing it. But instead of you actually, doing justice. Oh, you love helping neighbors? Oh, me too. Oh, I promise you, I've taken one of my neighbors to the emergency room one day when I was supposed to be writing a paper. Oh, she was having a crisis and she needed to go. So, and yeah, absolutely. That's what neighbors are good. Even, that's what good neighbors are for. Everyone, I've been in my neighborhood for 21 years. They all know me. And, so yeah, but yeah, she just really gave bad information. So we're going to finish out now because I've stolen so many people's time. Let's finish out the poll and give me your closing thoughts.
Well, Bella's asked before we get out of here what was meant by our barbecue sauce pea. I think it was just dehydration. I mean, probably some infection, if in truth she had an infection, but that the color would be dehydration.
Yeah.
And even the consistency would be dehydration.
Yeah.
Now, whatever else she got going on up in there in her lady bits, I don't know. But I'm just that the color. Now the smell, it could be something that she has eaten, but I don't know what would give off the smell of barbecue sauce. But everybody smells stuff different. I might think it smelled like petunias, but she thinks it smelled like barbecue sauce.
Right.
But yeah, that would be my opinion, is that it was dehydration.
Yeah, and I'm leaning towards the idea of dehydration too. The only other times, I mean, the only way that you get dark colored urine like that, and I've seen quite a lot in the Foley bag before. So I really got to see the pee. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
One is if a patient's having any like bleeding issues, obviously you're gonna get like redness from the blood, but you're gonna kind of smell that hemoglobin. You smell it, so you kind of know. And then the other, of course, is what Cheekbones mentioned, which is like very distinct dehydration. And it will get like I was saying earlier, I had a patient who was very dehydrated. I think he had, and also patients with liver issues with the dehydration. Oh my God. It was, as we call it, iced tea color. It's right to that iced tea.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
And we even call it tea colored urine in the charting.
Yeah, it can be liver too. So, and which you know is very, I mean, you know,
very dark dehydration.
Very dark.
Yeah, it will smell sweet with sugar. Yeah. Oh my gosh. I mean, it is black. I mean, I have seen black pee almost. You know, and with the liver issues, absolutely, and kidney damage, and that's what our friend Cheekbones has been talking about. Is that she keeps ignoring those blood sugars and keeps ignoring that machine, she is going to end up in stage 4.
Yeah. And she's real close to it. So, you know, whatever. I mean, if y'all ever have any kid, just gosh, go to a dialysis unit. I'm telling you, it's not just, oh gosh, I don't want 4 hours 3 times a week of my time taken up. That ain't it. That would be the nicest part of it. It's really just terrifying.
That's dialysis on a TV show.
Yes. I mean, it will absolutely. And I mean, I've dealt with patients and, you know, but when I went to work in that dialysis clinic, it was, yes, absolutely, Eloise. That's what I say. I want to see that GFR and her creatinine.
We do. We want to see that, and we want to see her bun, and we definitely need that A1C stacked.
Yeah. Those are the labs I want to see. So.
Right. Oh yeah, I want to see a lot of labs. But yeah, we need kidney function and an ion gap.
Yeah.
I'm thinking all sorts of things. Yes, friends. Yes, this has been wonderful. Yeah. Sad pancreases, poor kidneys, stethoscopes, any emojis regarding health. Please drop them in the chat. I am just so grateful for everybody today. I'm going to let Cheekbones get back to her night because I've kept them all here. Yeah, keeping bloodlines sterile, etc. is so hard for dialysis. Oh my God. Oh. I always get those offers to work at DaVita, and I say no.
Yeah, I worked for their competitor. Was who I worked for, but yeah, it's you know, it's just you know, it's your you know, becoming anemic too is another big thing with dialysis. So and then that's something else.
That so dry. You've never seen skin so dry. You know,
I mean, bicarbonate, you know, having to give what they have to give you while you're on the machine. I've had people code on the machine. I've had people die waiting to go into dialysis because they decided to eat a big old bag of vinegar and salt potato chips the night before, and dialysis was running behind.
Right.
So yeah, it's just one of those. But I wanted to say thanks to Pat Ray for the fantabulous idea for the kidneys.
Yes,
And,
thank you. We have made sure to pop these kidneys out here, and thank you so much for your son and for doing that. And I was so glad I was able to upload it so easily
I
to
was
YouTube.
too. And Sam, I hope you have a really happy birthday tomorrow. Do something
Sam,
fun and
yes.
do something for yourself. So you have a fantabulous birthday tomorrow.
Yeah, you enjoy the fact that that echo came back with such good results, and that your heart, and from having all the TIA and all the things that you've been through lately, and that you are still here with us, and you are taking that turn to a return to health. That's fantastic. You celebrate that hard tomorrow, girl. You make sure you do that.
Yes, absolutely. And everybody else, the Team Psych Board was there, my little booth thing, and Bella and everybody, Green Dragon, all y'all. It's really fantastic chat. I'm just going, if I'm ever on with you again, I'm just not going to have, I can't pull my chat up because they just keep me in stitches.
Well, now that's why you know why I sometimes don't seem to be seeing the chat, because I have to concentrate on what Chantel's saying. Because the second I start reading the chat, I end up losing what Chantel said. Because I'm suddenly, I can hear her talking in the background, obviously, but I'm reading in the chat. So yeah. Oh, Pat, and I just appreciate all of my mods who obviously have been here. Pat Ray, Brooke A, Bella was here earlier, Angel of Glass has been in here, Rosebud has been in here. All of my mods have pretty much been in here today, and you do a fantastic job. But I know on the most part we have a great chat here, and so we don't really get like too much. We did have Sarah Lee come in one night, and then I've insisted that people subscribe to my channel now to join the chat, and so she kind of like didn't she kind of got tossed out. She doesn't come back. She doesn't want to subscribe. But I wanted to thank all 634 people who voted today. I know we had a lot of views throughout this chat. It went on a long time, but I know once I get off and I look at how many views, we've probably had more than 1,000 people come in and see this today, Sonia. So you are getting your message to try to get people to improve their health and to monitor their type 2 diabetes out there more than you realize.
Well, I hope so. Like I said, just, be proactive. And, there's a lot with the internet, there's a lot of resources out there. Just make sure they're good. It's not Billy Joe, Jim Bob's, Auto Lube, and diabetes education. Okay. Let's just make sure it's not that.
Right. Don't start following someone like Chantel and thinking that she's the queen of diabetes type 2 and she's going to lead you onto a path of redemption and remission of the disorder.
Yeah. Don't be like Chantel.
Yeah. Chantel, once you're diabetic, sweetheart, I'm going to have to give you bad news. Even if you reversed your diabetes, which is probably very unlikely at this time with your sort of track record, I'm just sorry to say, you're going to have to address your mental health up here, sweetie, until you take care of the rest of it, I think. Yeah, you're not going to get any control, sweetheart. You're just not. Okay, so 96% of these 634 people thought that Chantel was on her way to a binge soon.
Yeah.
And was not woken up or hitting her rock bottom with her blood sugars. And 3% said, yeah, she's going to change.
Yeah.
So we actually have some people who are giving her a little bit of hope out there.
Yeah. And, good for you. Like I said, I hope she does, but, history's a pretty good predictor for the future.
Right.
So.
And my concern already is she's trying to get away from her glucometer. The actual thing that was, she's upset she can't manipulate it.
Yeah. Oh yeah, but it'll disappear and it'll be some,
it'll show up one day with a broken screen.
Yeah.
3% are trolls.
Yeah.
Hey, I'll take the engagement. Oh, she's way past that first one.
Yeah, you're right, Pat. She is.
We know she ate on the way home from the doctor's office.
Yeah.
She's just not showing it. Yeah, she's doing it off camera, unicorn farts. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, only time will tell. Well, Eloise, we need to get together and think of maybe of what we can discuss next, because I know that maybe we get in for some more kidney stuff. Maybe we talk about things to do with kidneys.
Yeah.
I know I'm going to bring you back again, Cheekbones, if you're willing to come back and discuss the, because, oh my goodness, there's so many. ALRL or Amber Lynn's off on her Ozempic journey. So we just fingers crossed that girl succeeds,
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Alive.
Yeah, I'm not feeling very positive. Do I think Chantel hit her rock bottom? No.
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 It's
And,
going to be
you
the
know-
loss of a limb.
I think she'll be lucky if that, happens before something worse, be it dialysis or stroke or cancer or whatever.
Absolutely. We'll do some dialysis meds. Let's talk about dialysis.
Oh, Lord. But,
HLR won't succeed. I
No.
know. It's a shame because unfortunately they don't address this part up here. And they really should, because this is what they need to kind of focus and work on so they have success when they're trying to actually accomplish these other very difficult steps in managing their health and kind of being honest about what their health picture is. And it's hard. None of us
Yeah.
like bad health news. It's not anything that anybody wants to get. We
Yeah.
all want to go to the doctors and we just want to get great results. And unless you actually put in motion behaviors that are going to be helping you, if you don't have anything that's, a comorbid, something that's in your hereditary health that is making it more difficult. If you've been very fortunate and you've been born with free of anything, then you should be responsible to try to take care of yourself. Not it's amazing the amount of negligence and the damage that people do to their bodies is wild to me.
Absolutely. Gosh.
It's absolutely wild. Absolutely wild. Okay. I think I even shared this story about my neighbor's boss who was extremely, ill, had this, oozing infection so bad that he could not even stand next to him at work. And this gentleman had that infection oozing, and he was diabetic and about 400 pounds for over a year. And he went on a cruise and became septic on the cruise. He got pneumonia, ended up in an ICU. And he had all the time in the world to go off on a cruise, but no time to go to a doctor's and take care of the festering wound.
Yeah. Well, ignoring a problem doesn't make it go away, and it doesn't make it invisible.
Right. And that's what Chantel has been trying to do with her blood sugars.
Yeah.
Ignore it and hope it goes away.
Yeah.
And it's not. You're covering blood pressures at the weekend.
Yeah.
Well, I'm
didn't
going to have to
make
check in
sure.
on that. Well, I'm going to have to check in on that this weekend. 'Cause I love me blood pressure medications, and I'm getting ready for my advanced pharmacology classes.
Yes.
I let you have one parting word. I'm going to let you finish out, and then I'm going to play my music.
All right. Well, I'm out of here. The Hubs has done come to the door and rubbed his tummy. So,
Okay. Well, we
I don't
got to
know-
get
I
out
don't
of
know if
here.
he's going to be able to pull through. I don't know.
I don't know, girl. He might have to be hunting around the fridge.
But it's been great, and the chat's been great. And anytime you just holler at me, I'm here.
Oh, well, I appreciate it. I just hollered at you today, and I said, girl, we got to do this one today if you got time, because this is insane.
Yeah.
And I didn't
that'll be
realize
good.
how insane it got with that machine. So but let me let you get to your husband. Everybody, I appreciate you guys being here. I'm going to put on some music. I'm going to take us all.